Oh, testing, testing, testing. Get new skins. I don't want new skins. And I hate when I don't stream often. Everything is changed. That one I think I need. My plugin's working. Yep. Pop out, I think would be a good idea for the chat. Good old days. A fucking update to AMD's firmware fried my fucking Thunderbolt hub, apparently. It seems to not be working anymore. So I had to find another one. My old Dell hub. I'm so fed up with technology right now. It's so fucked up, man. Hey, Lamer. Yeah, I'm like 5 minutes before I had to go. I want to go live. My fucking like an update fried my. I think it fried my my almost new cheap Thunderbolt 4 hub. I got it on a Christmas sale, so it's not. It's just over a month old now, and it did something. It updated something firmware where everything just blanked out on my laptop. I'm streaming from my laptop right now. I will go into that later in the stream, and everything just stopped working. So I had to dust out an old Thunderbolt 3 thingy. I'm I would say I do well, all considered, but work, YouTube, we may even go over some fucking YouTube comments today. I don't know, technology, everything, like, hardware prices is expensive, Windows is getting more and more soggy, Linux sucks balls, Mac OS is expensive, work people want to do shit for like no money, but make it a Microsoft level production, and it's it's a good way to start New Year, I guess. And I so this is what you're going to look at, because I don't have any VMs or anything like that running on this laptop, I don't think. So I'm editing from a laptop also now. Like Mac OS, like, so if we take Linux, Mac OS, and Windows right now, I could plug in my drawing tablet. Should I do that? Like, I could plug in my drawing tablet. I have so much shit on my desk though, because I just rearranged everything to check the I could plug it in. Just give me like a 5 minute. Fucking cables all over the place. Because I have like a dongle in the middle of my desk. And I have like 5 fucking keyboards on my desk and 2 laptops and fucking old, not old, because there's still something in it. I'm eating these like, so it's like healthy candy. So it's like dates and passion fruit that's dried with different tastes and stuff like that. They're actually really good. But I need a bigger desk. But if I have a bigger desk, I just fucking, you know, I just start to have more shit on it. I need to be better at organizing my desk, I guess. But yeah, give me like a minute so I can get it up and running. Ugh. It's the drawing thingy. Because I could, if I clean my desk a little bit while I'm talking to you all. So tell me about you guys' New Year's thing while I'm setting all of this up. So just give me like 5 minutes while I'm setting this up. It's a little bit of a hectic thing. So tell me about how New Year's was, what kind of crazy shit you've done, and I will remove cables around and get my my computer up on my fancy laptop stand that I just bought. Because I thought I have rearranged my desk, but now my fucking Thunderbolt dock decided to get fried by AMD's firmware update. I hate AMD, I hate Intel. But sadly enough, Intel still fucking works better on laptops than AMD does. Besides from rendering. Oh shit, I'm just hitting my mic. If I put you here, I can still see the chats. Yeah, just please bear with me here because I'm dealing with, like I said, a Thunderbolt dock in the middle of everything because AMD firmware update fried my 1.5 month old fucking Thunderbolt dock. So I had to like scramble to find an old one and plug that in. So let's see, what can I do here? So if I go into Windows, is it video? That's not video capture device. It's this one here. And this is another thing, when you only stream like once or twice, like a year, everything just gets so fucking, like everything is just, you know, new to you because they update the streaming software all the time. And I'm using a trackpad with my mouse. There you fucking go. Can you guys see that? I can use my new tablet if I want to. And I can plug in a mouse in front of this. So it gets a little bit better. But apparently the old... I shouldn't have bought the new dock because the old one actually seems to work quite well. Let's turn this mouse... So again, I have like teacups, coffee cups, energy drink. Like, I'm almost more disorganized than fucking Asmongold. Let's clear the canvas. There you go. Where did I put my stylus? There you go. Can I draw shit now? No, because I'm using the wrong... I should just make this one this color by default. There you go, I'm drawing shit. Awesome sauce. I really do like this. I'm actually wanting to draw more. So I got like a cheap Chinese-ish, cheap-ish, well, For the size, it's actually really cheap, and I can like there's like 12 programmable buttons and shit like that. It's actually really neat. So what's going on here? There's the problem. My small screen is too far away for me to actually read the fucking text. Or I'm getting old. Probably both. Can I not zoom in? Oh, it's because I'm in the pop-up window, right? Oh well. I do need new classes though, but what are you coming at here? Mac OS isn't too bad. Windows bullcrap. So agree all of this sucks, but some are useful. Yeah, they're all not useful. New year's been okay. I find decide to stick with Ubuntu. Yeah, I have an update from my video now. It's saying Jellyfin. Yeah, I heard a lot of people now playing a setup in. Yeah, image match. Image is something I played with a little bit. It's buggy as fuck. I'll just say that. So yeah, it's a fun thing because I'm actually moved from Pop to Kubuntu again. And it's with critically. Like I am. This is how close I am to going back to Windows. This close. This fucking close. 99% close to go back to Windows. Because Pop OS, I think it's the compositor of what it is. Something freezes my cursor. So sometimes when I go into Steam, I can't, if you have the screen here, and this is the cursor, I can't move up, or down, or sideways. It's just stuck in the middle. It's stuck in the middle. And the only solution, that's right, killing the taskbar, and if you kill the compositor, you have to reboot your fucking computer. It seems like because sometimes when this happens, if you look at your screen, instead of having the normal cursor that looks like this, you will get a hand. Imagine this is a hand, and this typically means that something has crapped the cursor focus. So I think something is crapping the cursor focus that makes it so when you go into a Steam game, it freezes. And it's only in Steam that I can't use my mouse when this happens. Only in Steam. If I close down Steam and I go onto a web browser or anything else, it works perfectly fine. You don't believe it? I have a video up. I think I have a video about it. It just does this, and I've done it for like ever since I started it. And another thing that fucks me up with Pop OS. So if we delete all of this shit here. This I do know I have a video of. You have the taskbar here. If I open a window and I minimize it again, next time I open it, it opens two windows. And none of them works. Let's give you a 24-hour timeout. I don't have time for fucking idiots. So when I open, and I think this is a Snap app problem, because I noticed this happened with Snap mostly. So if I open a Snap app and I minimize it, it's fine. But if I maximize it, it opens the window twice and it sometimes crashes the whole user interface. And there's another bug. If I have many audio streams running, audio driver goes poop. It crashes. More on pop, but this here, all Linux. All Linux. So let's say you open YouTube and you have like 10, 15... oh yeah, I have no fucking tolerance for idiots anymore. I'm done with them. I don't mind running Linux, talking Linux, debating Linux, but if you don't have an adult mindset about it, you fucking out. I'm done dealing with kids. If you think Linux is like a religion and it gets you dick hard and it's the only thing that works and all that fucking shit, go with your cult. Go be the mindless drone that you say you not are. And suck the cock on all the fucking Linux distribution makers and get it rammed up the ass and being used as a publicity tool. Just, if you see any of them and you're a mod, if you just think they are just like slightly on the line of a ban, time them out. If you cannot have like a fucking adult, what is it called, brain cell in your body, just fuck off. It's so obnoxious how stupid, and I mean this literally, how stupid a lot of people are on the internet nowadays. It's almost like shoelaces is a fucking religion to them now. Go fucking get a job, get an education, do something with your life. Go to your local church and help out, or food, whatever, in dispensary. Do something. Because nobody fucking wants to talk to you other than other stupid people. But anyway, the audio driver, this is on all Linuxes. I tried Fedora-based, Debian-based, Ubuntu-based, which is also Debian-based, Pop! OS. It's... all of them does it, but Pop! OS does it better. And here's the thing. I really fucking love Cosmic Desktop. I really enjoy the Cosmic Desktop. Really, really, like, I cannot stress out how much I enjoy it. I like the file manager, I like the idea approach to the file manager, to the apps they make. I like how this is the hope that they do with other GNOME apps. It's less resource hungry, and it's stable besides of the things I just talk about. But I don't want to like once every... and I found out this is the fun part of it. I tried to see if I can replicate that logging the mouse in kind of thing with Steam, and it seems to come like every third to fourth day, randomly. It locks the mouse when I open Steam, and I don't know if it's Steam not doing well with the Cosmic compositor, what it is, or Cosmic having a problem. I just know I've been running Kubuntu now for a week, and it has not happened on Kubuntu. No, I think they use Wayland. Or some... And I think it's because they're using Wayland with an X11 bridge. And there's something wrong there. And it could be that... Because I use... so when I use Steam, I download it from Steam's website. So I'm using Steam's... I'm not using Flatpak or Snap Images. I'm using Steam's own. That should have all the latest and greatest from Proton and all that fucking bullshit. And it's the only Linux distribution I've tried. Mint Mint is my second favorite from Kubuntu. I have not tried the new version of Mint, but the problem I had with Mint was that it wouldn't go into hibernation. Or, sorry, it would not turn off my screens. So, if I had a screen with... I typically, on my second monitor, I have HateStop over here. Just the fact that HateStop was running meant no black screen. No black screen. It will not go into... it will not time out my screens. And my computer is on 24/7. And that means that sometimes I watch a YouTube video before, and then I go to bed, and when that's done, it closes down my my screens, and it may have been fixed in the new version of Mint, but that was the only problem I had with Mint, was that it did not get into hibernation / timing out my screens. I may try the new Mint, because I love what is it called? The Cinnamon desktop, and I do love Mint with all the extra tools that they have made and stuff like that. But right now, right as it is today, I'm like, well, I'm 1 week into Kubuntu, because I had two SSDs besides my gaming, so I have 3 SSDs in my system, and I kept Ubuntu on one of them as a backup. And I will say this: Kubuntu is probably it's my favorite Ubuntu. Because it's Ubuntu without everything is a snap package. It's Ubuntu with KDE super optimized and stable. And KDE runs on like 2 GB on boot or something. It's fucking under 2 GB. It's like 1.5 GB on boot or something, like on a fresh reboot. It's the most efficient fucking desktop you can get your hand on. It's just a little bit too much. It's too much. I love the customization, but it's also a little bit too much. If you get what I'm coming at. But right now I'm on Kubuntu, and I love it. I will go into another Linux distribution because I have a testing laptop that I'm trying out, and I'm trying. I tried OpenSUSE, and now I'm trying Ultima, the Fedora spin, or what it's called. But I'm going to read some comments here, so give me a second. You should try the new pop, Lamer. You may not have... It could be... Also, it could be an NVIDIA problem. I don't know. NVIDIA Gaming Laptop Linux already boots my games. Yeah, so I have no problem gaming on Linux. It's the same as gaming on Windows. Yeah, you're the only code leader. I have tried figuring it out so I could use Debian, but don't understand why it happened. Other distros hardly games boot up. I have not had any problem with that. Stupidity and evil rules the world. Sadly enough, yeah. Yeah, I think it's a Cosmic mixed with Steam mixed with NVIDIA problem, and I'm sure they will fix it. That's why I have not deleted Popovers yet. It's still on my second, hard drive or SSD. A lot of my frustration is trying Linux out today comes from the fact that it's still a... Yeah, this is another rant I will go into later about the fragmentation, you know. Lame, I think the Kitchen Karen says they're using Wayland. I tried Mint with KDE, but I'm like, running Mint with KDE, you might as well just run Kubuntu. Oh yeah. There will be a Dreamer site. I also think there will be an alternative to Linux before Linux actually take over the desktop. Weakest among the weaks. I couldn't switch to. So I have 120 hertz. Well, mine goes all the way up to 170 hertz, but I only use 120 hertz because that's like the sweet spot. And I have no problem there. But yeah, I'm a good old Ubuntu. You can call it kind. Well, it is Ubuntu because well, I like this because it's also touch sensitive. So if I do this, I can. And this is like a fucking what is it like? A $50 tablet? Like a $50 drawing tablet? It's one like I used to have a Wacom back in the day. Or is it like what is it called? Wacom? This here? And I didn't have like the super expensive one. I had like the mid-tier ones that is like twice the price of this and half the size. This is 10 times better than those. 10 times better than these. For half the price and double the size. It's if I can see it in the dark here. Oh, let's do it down here. G-O... So this is an A. Gaomon is the company. And it's probably a Chinese... It is a Chinese company. That probably has knocked off a shit ton of Wacom's technology. I'm not... But... We can go into that later on why I don't give a fuck anymore. Yeah. So I haven't had a big of a problem with X-Apps on Qt yet. So this is my this is my testing laptop. I got it like super cheap. Because it don't have the fingerprint sensor and all that extra jazz. So it's a T490 with an 8th gen CPU. I also have a Dell with a 12th gen that I may want to use as my testing laptop, and then I will sell my other one and give it to the company I work for. I don't know. I like I said, I am testing out. Is it Ultima? It's the project where Fedora that wants to make Fedora a little bit more Ubuntu-like, more user-friendly. I can't Ultima, whatever the fuck it is called. I see a lot of people using CatCOS, and I looked into it, and the problem I have with CatCOS is the same problem I have with Arch Linux, is that if you want software and you go on to developer's website, almost nobody supports what is it called? Arch Linux out of the box. Or so something that was crooked that my autistic brain didn't like that. So if you want to download or find a way, and again, this is a problem we'll talk more about later, like the same, like you are reliant on the community. And because of that, you will always be behind on your packages. Some, depending on the package maintainer, a lot or not that a lot, but you're still dependent on a third party repackaging it so it can run on Linux. And I don't like doing that if there is a way that the original developer support Linux. And right now, 90% of people that support Linux have either RPM, deb packages, or snap packages. I would say 50 may have flat packages. And I'd rather run an RPM, a deb, or snap if that means it comes from the original developers. Because you don't need the man in the middle. You get faster updates. And the man in the middle could do shit to your fucking packaging. It's happened before, where they sneak stuff in there. They of course got kicked out of projects, but it has happened. You know. Yeah, Microsoft Edge works on Temple OS if you know how to compile it and make it run. So, I am a firm believer that, and it's the same on Windows, you run the packages that the developers give you. Because you can get packages in all kind of different ways, but you don't know what the fuck is happening with them. And the biggest problem I have with Arch Linux is, or Arch Linux, is that you are so reliant on the package maintainers running their scripts and not fucking it up. And as little as you can get of that, the more stable you get. That's, for example, that's why Debian is so stable. They don't like snipe or not snipe, but store Git repos, and then every time there's a small little update, they download, compile, and package. They test a lot, and if you know anything about software, testing is like alpha omega if you want stability. And Ubuntu, they do a lot of testing. Not as much as Debian, but they do good amount of testing. So that's why I tend to either Debian-based or Ubuntu-based. The same with Fedora, they also do a lot of testing. The problem I have with Fedora, if we should go into that, or any Fedora-based. Whoop. So, F for Fedora base. The big no-no I have with them they update too much. Like almost daily. It's kind of the same problem I have with Arch Linux. Is I don't need the latest and greatest if it's just moving a fucking pixel around, you know, or updating a spelling mistake. Because in a lot of cases, if you don't use snap packages or flat packages, at least you need to log in and out to make sure you run the latest scripts or the latest config files with a lot of the software you update, especially libraries. So if there is like, that's why Fedora-based distributions, if you update via the package manager, they tell you to reboot and install, because you can run the latest software with old configs or old libraries. And that means that it's less stable and you can get more headaches out of it. And I had a lot of problem with rolling or semi-rolling distributions or aggressively updating distributions. Done that. It's not a problem for flat packages or snap packages or app images by the nature of how they work. That's why they made them. So they also, while you're updating a flat, snap, or app image, it also is, because it's running basically a virtualized version of Linux, so to speak, roughly. Really 10-foot view of this. So it's rebooting everything for you while when you're refreshing the snap or flat or app image. That's why they're kind of sandboxing. You're not really using your system. That's why snap packs have core 18, 22, 24, because that's the minimum version of Linux that needs to be running to run the software. And then you utilize your Wayland X11 on your system to display it. And I just don't want to get the Windows like, oh, pending update. And then you disable the notification for pending updates. Like, I should not have to do that. Like, there is no benefit unless it's security updates. That's why I like Mint a lot, that they actually tell you what kind of updates it is. To pester someone to update. Because, like I said, I'm on that Ultima, or what the fuck it's called, that anime bullshit desktop. And I've been running it for 2 days. I already had to reboot my computer 5 times. Because I'm doing what they tell me to do. I'm not doing what I know I can do. I'm doing what they are like, I'm playing dumb, basically. So when I'm testing a Linux distribution, I do what the distribution tells me to do. Not what I know I can do or how I can manipulate it. Because I could just do a DNF upgrade and that's it. You know. But I do what they, like what what an intermediate to average Linux user would expect to do. That's what I'm doing. So, sorry, intermediate to newbie Linux user would do. And they would just follow the instructions. And I don't want, like, that was one of the things I set up that desktop. I'm not joking. I had to reboot 5 times after I installed Fedora. Or that specific respawn of Fedora. I might as well go back to Windows then. Like, we all know Windows, like, install, update, reboot, wait 10 hours, install, update, reboot, wait 10 hours, install, update, reboot. Debian just does it better when it comes to that aspect. And I know you don't technically have to reboot, you can just log in and out, but that is what it's telling me to do. And if you don't have a broader understanding of Linux, that's what you're going to do. You know. Yeah, the AUR will give you, like, if you run Arch Linux without the AUR, it's super stable. You know. I use whatever package manager that gives me the packages, the best upgraded versions of the packages I need. Sometimes that's FLAC, sometimes that's snaps. In rare cases, that's app images. But that in of itself is a problem. Why the fuck do we need, like, why do I need to, like, if I want a software on Windows, I just fucking, there's 2 ways of getting it. From the website or the store. That's it. On Linux, it's either in the native repos, or you have to add a fucking repository, or it's a snap, or it's a FLAC, or it's a app image. Like, what the fuck, dude? Like, fucking make up your minds. Like, I have to hunt down what is the best. Like I said, yes, it may be native in the repos, but then it's like 2 versions out of date. And they haven't backported security updates into it yet. Because they're waiting for the package maintainer to stop fucking his girlfriend and then recompile it. Like, as long as Linux has gotten, the user-friendliness is only skin deep. And I can explain that if need be. You know. Like, I do like, here's the thing. I have no problem with flat packages. I really don't. I actually like them. I may even say I like them a little bit better than snap packages. But most companies, most developers sadly support snaps. I wish they would all support flat. Hey, I don't give a fuck what package format they support. Just pick one. Just say, this is Linux package format. This thing. This one fucking thing. Someone tell me, I saw that in a comment, because I was advocating for standards. Oh, you don't understand the Linux history. I do, I lived it. I fucking lived it. So I have this week I have like a short video that gives you like the 14-minute Linux, it's a 14-minute free software and open source history. Condensed and super simplified into 14 minutes, and you can read all about that on the respective websites. But so many people get free software and open source confused with each other and think it's the same? Nope. And they all think that Linux started out to be a competitor to Windows? Nope. Linux was started out as a hobby. It was proprietary software for like a year, I think. Like a year. Up to a year. But Linux got started because Linus was a poor kid. He didn't have a lot of money. He couldn't buy a Spark station for his uni. So he made his own Unix variant or Unix compatible system, or what you will call it. And also he wanted to test out a new Intel processor. It was never on his mind to outcompete Windows. It's still to this day. It's not his main goal. It was not Richard Stallman's main goal up till like 2010. When he found out that if he rode that train, more and more people would listen to him. Because rightfully so, a lot of people are fucking fed up with Microsoft. Like, I don't blame me. I get why people are fed up with Microsoft. I'm fed up with the whole AI slop they're doing right now. That's why I moved to Linux. I'm tired of them pushing AI and... Like, you have to talk positive for AI or we lose the social contract to use it and use energy. Like, make something that fucking works. Make something that we actually want to use. But Nvidia, Microsoft, OpenAI, they all are the only one, or not all, but these are the only one really benefiting from AI. And they kind of in cahoots with each other. You know, one is giving another one money that's giving another one money. AMD and Intel can be put in there. So it's like a circle jerk of like, you know, it's basically just like a circle where they all are eating each other. You know. And this circle here only works if you still give them money. Or you still support them. With what they do, so using AI and stuff like that. The second this breaks... This money will, the billions of dollars Nvidia, AMD, Intel, Microsoft, OpenAI. OpenAI will go bankrupt in a year, by the way. About a year and a half. When that dries up because these people get fed up, they are losing trillions of dollars. Trillions. And it will set AI back. Maybe 20 years, maybe 40 years of development, because then nobody wants to touch it. So it's this like centipede of companies that are, you know, that were the first one to get into it, and they know AI sucks as it is right now, and they are waiting for the technology to get so good and so fast that AI can become meaningful. But until that happens, so from now and then 5, maybe 10 years into the future, they need you here to just give them money. Give me money. In hope that we will get a better future. In hope in like 4 or 5 years, AI actually are doing something for us we want it to do for us. That is actually going to become helping us cure diseases and shit like that. But right now, we don't have the hardware for it. It's too expensive, it's too slow, it's too bulky, the algorithms is not 100%. There's a lot of like things that needs to be done for that to happen. And that is why Microsoft and Nvidia wanted to invest in or keep supporting it, because they are making money right now. Also, there's not that many competitors is another thing. But this is a bubble, and when this bubble bursts, it's going to have replication for everyone from the fucking janitor, cleaning lady, all the way up to the Elon Musk and the president of whatever country or prime minister you live in. Like, there's never in technology or never in the world has there been put this much money into a technology with a Trust Me Pro, you know, never have there been spent this much money into Trust Me Pro. This is going to become better. AI is going to help us in the future. You just have to support us now. Because people got fascinated with a clever chatbot. OpenAI is nothing more than Google mixed in with a chatbot. And people lost their vaginas and their titties and their fucking penises over a clever chatbot. And we were promised already now, like, automatic robots, robot surgeons, AI that could do 90% of our jobs, and we're still like, yeah, you give us all these auto-completion tool that sucks. AI can't fucking code for shit when you go into the intermediate to advanced stages. It can help you autocomplete. I spent 2 hours asking, I want to see how stupid it was. And this happened 2 times in a week, where I showed them my code and it gave me the same fucking solution every time, and I did what it told me to do, and it still told me the code was wrong. And then I told it, you told me to do this, how can it be wrong? Because you did it. But you told me it will fix things. Yeah, it would fix things if you did the thing I just told you to do, but you just told me that's wrong because it don't work. So it don't know what to tell you. It knows how to formulate it into something that sounds nice and human-like, but it has no fucking idea about concept. No matter how different ways I showed it, it was giving me a wrong thing, or the error codes, it would give me all these wrong things. And here's the thing, we were talking about running a Java program. It was not anything advanced. It was just like, I had an exception running a Java program. And you know what it turned out to be? In Visual Studio Code, I clicked the wrong button. I clicked the fucking wrong button. That's it. It should just like, how are you running the code? It never asked me about that. Which is like 101 of troubleshooting. Okay, your code is wrong. What IDE are you using? How are you running it? And I found that out because I was like, it has to be something with the IDE. Like, I must be doing something wrong here. So I actually just, there's a little, you have this, and then you have this, what is it, like this here, like this drop-down icon here. So I clicked that, and it gave me like 2 more options. I clicked this one here, and it ran. No fucking problem whatsoever. Because I was running the code wrong. Another time, this is again a Java problem, because I'm fucking around up with Java. So when you run a jar, you have to do Java, just jar, and then your program. I forgot about this part because I haven't done Java in 6 months. And I was asking the AI, you have to do this with your code, you have to refactor your code, you have to update your runtime environment, and blah, 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 blah. Then I went on to Stack Overflow, and they told me to, you just need to add -jar in front of it. The AI could not even fucking figure that one out. And we were talking about Copilot, Gemini, they could not, like all the big ones. I'm promising you, they all gotten stupid over Christmas. I don't know what, like, junk food they fed the AIs over Christmas, but either I got a little bit smart over Christmas, or they got a lot stupid over Christmas. And I don't think I got smart over Christmas. I think they got stupider to save energy and shit like that. But if they can't spot shit like this, I get it. If you are learning coding, you don't know much about coding, it's a fucking miracle. And yes, you can tell it to build a program and it will do it for you, it's a miracle. Just forget about security, and it will give a lot of upload, and it may not be scalable. Well, it probably is not scalable, and yeah. But right now, we are spending trillions of dollars in the Trust Me Pro scenario. What is like OpenAI have to make like trillions a year? They are only making billions a year. And if OpenAI goes down, the whole thing goes down, because a lot of people are sucking. What is his name? Scott. I can't remember his name. And I wish that Elon Musk has kind of alluded to this. Steve Jobs has talked about this. Bezos has talked about this. But Nvidia, Intel, AMD, and Microsoft, they are sucking his cock to high heaven, man. Because they are making billions of dollars of hardware, software-related things that are implemented into Open. Like, the day they made publicized OpenAI, the CEO from Microsoft was asked them when they were activating the subscription model. And they were like, oh, we're not really, like, we don't feel comfortable doing it yet. It's not, like, all the way ready yet. 3 days later, they activated the subscription model. They don't give a fuck about you. They don't want to do coding better. They don't want to do humanity better. They want to make a shit ton of money. A really, 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 really good way of looking at this. Look at Apple's white paper about why AI is failing. They could not understand why they couldn't get Apple's intelligence to do what they really want, so they actually researched it. AI, as it is today, cannot even solve a fucking, was it like a first or second grade kids puzzle. And not to talk about they're stealing other people's work to train the AI, and more people are stop posting on Stack Overflow and shit like that. So now the AI has no training data. That means that who the fuck is going to make it better? If everyone stopped posting on the internet, AI has nothing to learn from. Then you have engineers that have to sit and feed it fucking learning things. Basically, you become a teacher to the AI, a human teacher. Oh, by the way, Geralt, good day. Like, it's useful. But AI is not what people think it is today. It's super useful for specific tasks. It will give you better spelling correction. It will give you better coding suggestions. It's a super good first contact customer support. That's about it. It's a faster search engine. If you want your data to be 2, 3, 4 years old. Because that's the training data. Like, I don't know about we tested Copilot before Christmas. It still thinks Biden is the president. It still thinks that we are running .NET 9 with .NET 10 have been out since November last year. So that means, like, if you're a .NET developer, 99% of the time, if it's not going and searching the internet, which it does sometimes, you will get recommendation that fits .NET 9, so a lot of the new improvements to whatever they do with .NET 10, you may have to wait a year before you get that in Copilot. It will tell you to do a lot of things that is workarounds to problems .NET 9 have that's been fixed in .NET 10. Problems I also have had with it. But yeah, it's a fucking mess, peeps. It's a fucking mess, peeps. And it's sad how much faith people are putting into it. Like, when I say people, I mean your average CEO, your average nerd. Sadly enough, you know. So Linux is everywhere. It's a kernel that runs most of the planet. Without it, the device you bought since 2000 will stop running. It's amazing, but it's a horrible desktop. So that's not even true. There's a lot of things, like, the most popular hospital OS is let me clear this out for you a bit here so I can... So in the medic world, you probably never heard about this. DevOps. I know the basics, but it's another... Give me a second. We also have to talk about fragmentation. So I will I need to do this first. Um, this one you have heard about. Um, yeah, that's about the roughly distribution. So oh, sorry. So in the medic field, so like you know, MIEs, what do they call MIEs? That's not like meal ready to eat. What do they call MI? You know, the scan. When you go into a hospital and you see all the beeps and bobs that makes a lot of noise and stuff like that, that OS is probably QNX. They own the medic field. They also own a lot of industrial embedded systems and stuff like that. There you go. Thank you. MII, yeah. Cars used to be Linux, but QNX is kind of taking over now. So BMW, Mercedes, I don't know if it's 50-50 between Linux or QNX, but they own a big portion of it. And especially on trains and stuff like that, and airplanes. That don't mean that they also don't want Linux in some aspect. But QNX is kind of bigger. If we look at the server market, which a lot of people are talking about, FreeBSD is by far the most used storage management system. Web hosting, Linux. Virtual machining to some degree, Linux. Embedded systems, so like smoke alarms and shit like that, Linux. Management systems. Windows is massive there. So think about user management, Active Directory management, control management and stuff like that. Red Hat has a white paper they made a few years ago about what areas Linux is biggest in, and funny enough, you hear about this 90% of the market for servers. This here is for web hosting. Anywhere else, it's either under 50% or just a little bit over 50%. Maybe also in embedded systems. I think in embedded, so you refrigerate, like consumer embedded systems, sometimes also a little bit in industrial world. I think they are up to like the 95+%. ATMs, for example, runs a lot of OS2 / FreeBSD still / Windows XP systems. The same with cashier systems and stuff like that. So the thing that Linux runs everywhere is a super unintelligent, a super uninformed, or super shallow way of looking at it. Because yes, Linux runs everywhere if you are a server admin. You get what I'm coming at here. Linux is everywhere if you are like if you're dealing a lot with embedded systems, like consumer embedded, like IoT devices and stuff like that. And if that's the only thing you're looking at, it's like me saying, I live in Denmark. So for me, the most spoken language, even though I work with like people from all over Europe, but for me, the most spoken language is Danish. So if I did not know about the outside world mods, I could rightfully so come to the conclusion that Danish is the most spoken language because it's the one I hear the most. But that's from my viewpoint. That's why when you talk about what is the most, or you talk about most used, most widespread and stuff like that, you never look at one individual person's viewpoint. You check the average of everyone. Yeah, Windows SE, you're right, it also being one there. So I hear a lot of people say, oh, but I can I have seen it. I hear. Every time there is a I or me as a justification, they don't know what they're talking about. Because all of this is just one person's experience view. So you can say my anecdotal evidence. So that means like what I have seen, talking to other people, but highly, highly specific to my situation. You can do that. So I hear a lot of people right now that say that Linux is 5% in the US. So therefore, it's 5% in the whole world. No, it's 5% in the US. And how did they get this number? Well, this is why it's so stupid. 5% that look at USA.gov, I think it is, use Linux. So it's not even, they're not even taking like the statistics over like, let's say 100 websites. It's one website where 5% of them are visiting, are using Linux. Like if you have a little bit of just like a little bit of logical mind in your body, you're like, you cannot say something is like this is the right number by analyzing one site, one really, really, really unique specific site. I will bet most Americans don't even fucking visit the American homepage or us.gov or what it's called. The what is called public transportation. There's probably more people in the US going to like the what is it called, EMTA? What is the where you get your driver license? Why can't I remember those names today? What is it called? Like the motor vehicle thingy, where you deal with traffic tickets and shit like that, and driver license. There's probably more people visiting that than the official United States government's website, or visiting your tax website. But a lot of Linux YouTubers right now use this statistic here. Because it looks good. I live in America. And of course, every American is visiting the United States government's website. No, they are not. What about the billions of people that lives in the rest of the world? But this is how a lot of people take a lot of statistics. And statistics can lie, don't get me wrong. They can get bent and lie. And it's all about how you gather them and stuff like that. Like, statistics is a minefield in of itself. Just like, this is the state we aim to. Like, you want something to happen so fucking much that you're willing to be so blind that you're like, well, Linux is 90% of the server market, even though it's only web hosting, but let's pretend web hosting is everything. It's so, and right now I'm shitting on the US. It goes for everywhere. The UK have done this with some statistics. Denmark do it with statistics. Every country, every place, everyone that wants to push a narrative, they use statistics in this way. They find a number that sounds really, really good. This one here is like, way, and then there's this little asterisk here that they don't tell people about. Because it sounds good. It gets my fucking penis hard, you know. And then if you actually do some fucking research, that takes 2 seconds, ask your AI, it will tell you this. You find out that this here is more like, oh, you fucking lied to me, you fucking maniac. You'll become an angry Japanese guy, apparently. What the fuck that is. Or a 60s porn star stash guy. This is so, yeah. So here's the thing. When you hear a broad statement, think about it like this. Linux is 90% of the server market. Linux runs everywhere. All people from the UK has bad teeth. All from the UK and America are fat, lazy slobs. all Danish people runs around with round hats with horns on it. That's basically what you're doing when you make statements like this. You're taking something that could seem true, probably are somewhat true, like to some degree true, so it's not 90%, it's probably only 60%. And yes, we have drunk fucking idiots in Denmark running around with round hats with horns on it, but it's maybe like under 1% of society. But it's a good stereotype. It's a good, generalization to make because, we have seen the Vikings in videos run around with round hats and horns, so we can believe that's true. Where's the longboat, my friend? Because we have seen it so many times on National Geographic that once a time the Dane did that, and they must be doing it still because they are uncivilized humans that went to Britain and fucked everyone. When I say fuck, they basically are them. But, and stole all their goods. Because that happened. That's a thing. But it's a super generalization. So when I hear someone say Linux is 90% of the server market, even if they are true, but if someone makes a broad statement like that, I have a hard time taking them seriously. Because they don't really know what they're talking about. Because broad statements like this is something you give your CEO. It's something you give your politician. So they can look good to the public, the unknown public, or to the shareholders. Because it is true. Linux do run 90% of the web server market. But it sounds good. Linux is 5% if you're only looking from the statistics taken from us.gov, or whatever the fuck the site is called. They're technically right. Well, I'm making a broad generalization to explain why it's a broad generalization. Yeah. It's called explaining the scenario. Because a lot of people don't understand this thing. What is it? Like, I saw a statistic right now, and it's a sad statistic. Is it like 40% of pupils in the United States can't even pass the basic reading exam or something like that? 40%. And don't get me wrong, EU is not far from it. But it's just like, just saw it on YouTube, it popped up. Like, I haven't watched it, I haven't, because I don't want to engage in shit like that. It's just 9 out of 10 times is some form of propaganda for something that, this is their fault, or this thing's fault, or something like that. But I do know that another fun thing is that I think it's ever since 2020 or 2018, we have lost all the IQ points as a society that we have gotten from the 70s up till then. So let's say we have gained on average as a society. Let's say we went from an average IQ of 80 to 90 up to from the 70s to 2018. We are back at the 1970s level of IQ, meaning if you take the average IQ of whole humanity, or not whole, but the vast majority of humanity. Which is a really, really fun thing. Because it kind of goes into this little theory. Because if you're old enough, you can remember the dot-com bubble or the internet bubble, where it was like the kind of what they're doing now with AI. They were like, we need the internet because it makes everyone smarter. It turned out that the internet has made everyone more suggestible, more stupider on average, and more antagonizing, and more hostile, and more territorial/tribal. It has not actually gotten us better. That don't mean that the internet is, like, I look negative on it, but if you look at it, there are great things on the internet it has done for us. But most people use the internet for fucking brain rot scrolling on Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, and all that shit. Or they post slop, stupid fucking brain dead content to get other people into their viewpoint and blah 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 blah. You know. Why did that not pop up? Oh, that's because I have stopped chat. There are some horrific but backed up data about the effect of lead petrol on future. Yeah, I've seen that one. So I'm a I'm an educated mechanic. So we actually started what we had some debates about that for a long time. But yeah, you're not right. Sorry. You are right. Yeah, it's. Yeah. Parents don't watch their kids. So back when I was like a teenager, I grew up with the internet when it was a thing. Back then, they said the television was raising the kids. Now it's like the internet is raising the kids. Now it's like YouTube is raising the kids. Before the television, it was the radio was raising the kids. And honestly, I don't think that it's the internet's problem. I don't think it's the TV's problem or the radio's problems. This is a parenting problem. Like, if you as a parent use other people to raise your kids or other external things, you should not have kids. It's your job as a parent to raise your kids. Hey, Scooby. So let's go into fragmentation and then we go to DevOps, because I've been promised you guys to talk about that. So we have new guy here. And I'm going to make a video about this also. Logged on at work. How's work going? Do you need some help at work? I want to get out of Denmark, and I kind of also slow-key may have thinking about getting a new job. I don't know. I'm just a little bit burned out at the moment. Just bitching and moaning a lot lately. Oh, DevOps, that's awesome. So let's say you want to go into Linux. You want to get into Linux. You're totally new, you're fresh. Oh, let's put in another way. Let's do it easy first, okay? If you want to get into Windows, it's that easy. I want to get into Windows. Do I go Home or Pro? Both lead the same way. Some have a little bit better abilities than others, but you get the idea here. And you are happy sailing. You want to get into Mac. I want to get into Mac. There's only Mac OS. Happy sailing. Everything goes on and stuff like that. I don't even know if I have room for this. You want to get into Linux. Well, first you have to choose a distribution. And it's not just like sitting and watching a shit ton of videos or listening to people's ideas about the distribution. No. No matter how much research you do, you have to try out the distribution. And 9 out of 10 times the distribution you start with is not the one you keep. Okay? So, there's almost unlimited. I'm just putting some here. And depending on what tree you take, or what road you take, it's not even like with Windows. If you don't like this place here, well, you can do this. Or if you don't like this here, well, it's super easy to do this. If you don't like this one here, you may go up here and then, oh, this has some problems. Then you may go up here. Then this has a problem. You go back down here. Oh, this is still not fixed. Then you go up here. Then you go back here. Get the idea here. You are running around testing, like you're spending more time testing Linux distributions to find the one that is agreeable enough with you. That you're not wanting to rip your fucking testicles off your body. Okay? So after like 6 months or whatever it is, just trying to figure a fucking distribution you want to run. Well, let's say you stick with this one here. Now you have to learn it. So learn its quirks, its package format, and blah, 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 all that fucking shit. Then, well, I want software. Congratulations, you have now won the trip to another rabbit hole. So now we have to go down a lot of other branches. Which package formats do I like the best? What universal package format do I like the best? What software repositories are the best ones supporting what I like the best? And you're going to do the same shit again here. You're going to move between them. You're going back up. You're going back down. You're going back up here. You're going back down there. Then at one point, you learn that they are all the same. This is God tier that 90% of people never reach. This is God tier where you realize that Arch, Pop! OS, Debian, Kubuntu is about 90% the same. The difference is about 10%. That 10%'s different. If you are at guard mode, that up here goes away, because then it's not about the difference, it's time. Because you realize when you get to the so-called guard mode is that every distribution is 95% the fucking same. It's just about like the commands for the package, when the package format, how the kernel is optimized and stuff like that. But if you're in guard mode, you can get any software, any kernel you want to run on any distribution. When you're in guard mode, the distribution and the package format don't matter anymore. But here, this over here, that's like 10 to 20 years in the future for 99% of people. 99%. A lot of people say they are there, and then you still sit and bitch and moan about package formats. They can't figure this one out, or KDE is too complicated. When you are in that guard mode, it's all about finding. Now you are. Let's go down here a little bit. Let's go down here a little bit. When you're in guard mode, now you are here. You want to run Linux. Now your choice is time. What Linux distribution does out of the box most of the things I wanted to do, and make it either easier or more convenient for me to add on to the distribution, or add on to Linux. So run the software I want, run the kernel I want, etc., etc. So a lot of people, newbies, they are like, oh, I don't like Ubuntu, but I'm running Mint. Congratulations, you like Ubuntu. Mint is not Ubuntu. It is Ubuntu. It's Ubuntu with an addition. It's Ubuntu Plus. I don't like Arch, Linux or Arch Linux, but are like a super like Endeavor OS. Congratulations, you're an Arch Linux user. You're just using a distribution that put a add-on to Arch to make it more likable for you or more digestible. But you're an Arch Linux. So people here in guard mode, when they think Linux, they think Debian, Ubuntu, Arch, Fedora, SUSE, and then you have the Gentos and then the independent ones. But when the guard mode guy here, with his cap on, or girl, let's make it a girl. Can we make it a girl without YouTube being mad at us? So guard girl here is not thinking about Linux distributions, but Linux bases. Okay? So it's like, okay, I like, again, this is just hypothetical scenarios. Do I want to finagle with everything? Do I want to be the administrator for my system? If that's a no, take out Arch. Do I not mind doing aggressive updates all the time or be babysitting? I'm going to read you guys' comments when I'm done with this talk here. Am I going to be running a somewhat stable but still have to babysit updates all the time in the sake of running clear to bleeding edge software? No. I know OpenSUSE has like slow roll and leap, but most people use Tumbleweed. Okay, do I want a super stable base where nothing goes wrong? Or do I want like a 90% stable base where sometimes things can go wrong? And that's where you then go either Debian or Ubuntu. So if you're like, I'm okay with not being super stable, so let's say you go Ubuntu. Then you go down to the distro level. What distro gives me close to the perfect Ubuntu-based distribution I want? Again, where I have to spend less time fucking around. So that's the distribution you want. So which distribution is doing the best thing, or the things I want to do with Linux the best for me? They don't think about snap packages, native, flag, X11, Wayland, unless they become a problem. But if none of that is a problem for them, what distribution out of the box is giving me closest to, I don't have to do much work to get to the perfect distribution, or the perfect Linux setup? And then they choose, in my case, Kubuntu or Pop! OS. Oh. But I had to go back to Kubuntu because Pop! OS started to become too unstable. It started to become blah blah blah. Like I said previously in live stream, there's some issues that I'm sure they will fix, and when they fix them, I will go back to Pop! OS. And then, Ubuntu is 90% to where I don't have to add much to Linux to get it to my perfect thing. What do I need to add to Linux? It could be like the Zen kernel, or the CatCOS kernel, which you easily can download, compile. I think there's even fucking dep repositories for it. You know, if you want to run another kernel, you do that. I know how to get every software that supports Linux to run on Linux. So it could be flat, snap, or native. It can even be that I have to compile it myself, like we did in the old days, where you were the package manager. Yes, I ran distribution where there was no package manager. This is what the guard tier looks like. It's not about Mint or MX Linux. No, it's what this, and this is super personal. This is super personal. Then you get Then you get to happiness. But let's look at this path here. Can you see my mouse? Yeah, you can. Look at the Windows path. Look at the Windows path. The Mac path. Versus this. Let's zoom. I can zoom out. And if you get to guards here, the path is a little bit smaller to get to happiness. But again, 10 to 20 for the average person to get to that level. Why the fuck? With all the problems macOS have, with all the fucking AI stuffing it up your ass problems Microsoft has, that is easily removable, and you can make your own custom ISO that don't have it. I do that 2 times a year. Why would anyone that is not having a slight little fucking set of masochistic tendencies want to go from this to this? Just because they have a problem that can be solved in 2 minutes. 99% of people's problem with Windows I can solve in under 5 minutes. 99% of problem people have in Mac OS I can solve in under 5 minutes. I cannot solve you learning or getting into Linux in 5 minutes. Because when you get to the Guardian mode, you also know that there is just some things you can't run on Linux. And you also understand that Linux is years behind of Mac OS and Windows. Yes, it's great for gaming, some games. It's great for certain things. But this don't work, this is not supported, this is flaky. The sound system crashes once in a while. Sound, audio in general on Linux is like the worst thing since fucking getting shit in your face. You know, like, I don't even know what zoom level I was on to begin. Oh, this is way too much. Was it 50? Let's do 50. No. Let's do this. It don't fucking matter. And this is why Linux has a fragmentation problem. All of this can be solved with standards. Let me explain. And a lot of people are going to be angry about that, but that's because they don't understand what standards mean. Let me clean it out. We can think about big titties, big dicks, whatever, while I'm cleaning. This is actually a good song. Oh, I got it. Stop yelling at me. Let me explain how a standard can solve this. Okay? To be Linux, to be the official, the real Linux, there is one desktop environment, package format, set of core libs, so set versions that they have to hold about, so glib, C, and stuff like that. This is all it takes. This is all it takes to be branded the official Linux. And people will say, what about Arch? What about Ubuntu? Blah, 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 blah. Now we're going back to the 80s and do what they did back then. So we can do this, and then we can clean this part up down here. So just bear with me. We are erasing Girl God City mode here. Yup. Okay. Linux compatible. That can be your Ubuntu's, your Arch, your Mint, your Gentos. They can still do all of the things that they are doing. They can still exist. But they can just not be called Linux. They are Linux compatible. So that means that Ubuntu, Arch Linux, Manjaro, Mint, whatever it is, Gentoo, can still run this up here. But, so that means that the compatibility layer goes this way, but it may not go this way. So there may be things Ubuntu make that won't run on the official Linux distribution. Okay? There may not be things Arch Linux does that run on the official Linux distribution. But anything that's done by the official Linux distribution, if you want to be Linux compatible, can be run on all of these. It's all of this. If this is not taking away your precious distributions, all it's doing is taking away the confusion. Because that means when you're saying Linux distribution or Linux desktop, you mean one distribution. So why does this work? Let me take you back to history. What do we have over here? Go away. Wing, wing. I don't know why I like this so much, but it's super fun for me. I need some artists to draw shit for me, and then I just clean it. Just like... let's get rid of this up here. Okay, body. And this is where the name PC comes from. IBM wanted to make something that was affordable and people could have in their rooms with off-the-shelf components, which was atypical from IBM. I think this was like in the late 70s, early 80s. And they called it the personal computer. Super successful. The reason why we got the Macintosh, because Apple wants to get into that market and blah, 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 blah. It's a little bit of a response to the Apple II computer, but I digress. That's a story for another time. So then we have like HP, Dell, Compaq. They saw this and they want to break into it, but they cannot call it an IBM PC because, you know, trademarks and lawsuits. So HP made a HP computer. It was called an IBM PC compatible computer. Dell starts to make their own IBM PC compatible. People understand this kind of concept. This is not a foreign concept for people. So what this means is that you could buy the more expensive IBM personal computer, or you get a HP that maybe was faster, cheaper, but it could run all the same shit as the IBM. But technically, they were not a PC. They were not the IBM PC. This is what Linux should do. So instead of calling this the IBM PC, well, they can't have Linux behind it. Arch. It takes nothing away from the current state we're in. You can have 10 million distribution, 10 million package format, but there can only be one official Linux. And this is what people get messed up in their mind. They think that if you do a standard, and this is why, so this is the fun part. Linux has tried to make standard, Red Hat has tried to make a standard, Ubuntu is trying to make a standard, Debian has tried to make a standard, and then the Linux Foundation has tried to make a standard. Nobody wants to uphold to the standard because they think it means less freedom. No, it's just mean we all agree that as a minimum, this is what we are supporting. Then you can go nuts with your arm twisting, nipple twisting fucking kernel configurations. But you are telling the people, by calling it compatible, that you are not the vanilla thing. That also means that you can't have the name Linux as a prefix to your name. So, or suplex to your name. You can't call it Linux Mint or Arch Linux. There's only one Linux. Like, you cannot call HP IBM PC or IBM C IBM PC done by HP. You get what I'm coming at here? It will make it so much easier for people to get into Linux. There's one distribution. It will make it so much easier for developers. You have like one native package format, one universal. You know exactly, if you say I'm running vanilla Linux, you know exactly what the core libraries are. One of the biggest problem with the we just talked about how fragmentation is destroying entries into Linux. Try being a developer. Because you have to go through the whole fucking thing as a developer. If I support snaps, people will take my testicles. If I only support flags, people take my testicles. If I build and support natively this distribution, the community will take my testicles. So why do I want to support, let's just say 5% of the market with all this problem? With all of this idiotic fucking problems. Well, a standard will solve that. If people actually fucking uphold to it. Because then developers can say, okay, we are supporting the official vanilla Linux. If the community wants to repackage, up to them. That's what we are doing now. Like with VLC, they recommend you using Snap because it gives you the latest features and updates and blah blah blah. But there's VLC for Arch, there's VLC for Mint, there's VLC for any package format because it's such a popular project that package maintainers will set distributions, will take the source code, compile it, package it, and send it out. Nothing is going to change other than how we are naming shit. It's the only thing that's going to change is how we name shit. But saying this, I might as well just be the CEO from Microsoft, running up to all Linux users, taking their ice cream away, and telling them that they definitely are never getting a girlfriend or boyfriend. How dare I? Well, you want to take out Windows. You want to take out Mac OS. Yeah, I hate those suckers. You want to take out proprietary software. Yeah. Then you need this. Then you need this shit. You want to make it as easy as possible for people to run and support your thing, for them to actually fucking use it. Because 90% of people don't want to deal with that whole shit I just showed you. To just get to the point where I'm kinda happy with my Linux. If you want to take out Microsoft, you have to be easier to support as a developer than Microsoft. You have to become easier to run than Windows for a consumer. And that means you have to agree to run a lot of proprietary shit. That means you have to live in a world where we can disagree, but work together. All of things I'm saying right now is something the Linux community have no fucking concept of, by the way. Because they want it their way, and the same with the Linux Foundation, sorry. They want it their way or the highway. You are not 90% of the overall desktop market, therefore you cannot act like you are. That's the difference between the Free Software Foundation and the open source movement. Video coming out this week. This is what's needed. A simple name-changing convention and an agreement that there is one official Linux distribution. That's it. That's fucking it. And people do this in industries all the time. When an industry becomes too fragmented, they consolidate, they work together to keep it alive, and they make a standard that you can follow. And then if you want to add on to it, you do. Like, there's a really, really good example. Arduino. I can't spell it. Arduino. So let's say R4 is the official Arduino. But then there's Chinese knockoff that is Arduino compatible. Intel makes Arduino compatible boards, but they are called something Intel boards, whatever. So they are 100% R4 compatible. So every component and all shit you can get from an Arduino R4 that supports an Arduino R4, and Arduinos are open source, they are open hardware even. So that means that everyone can just go and take the schematics from an Arduino and build your fucking own PCB. But what Intel a lot of times does, or Asus, or some of the other manufacturers that don't just build replica, they are 100% Arduino compatible. Plus, better Wi-Fi. Plus, let's say they may have Bluetooth. Plus, they may have some 10 gig Ethernet module or something like that. There are people out there that do open hardware, open software, that do exactly what I'm talking about right now. Because it works. But the Linux users, they know better. The Linux users that have never coded or supported a Linux distribution with either money, time, or anything like that in their life, they know better. The Linux users that spend more time on fucking Reddit bitching and moaning about their testicle sizes because they're using Arch or Gentoo won't have this. Because they think that if you do what Arduino is doing, or anyone else that's doing open whatever, or free whatever, their biggest fear is, shit, I may have to pay for my shit right now. So Arduino is costing money. Okay? But you can buy a Chinese knockoff for half the price. That's exactly the fucking same down to the soldering lines. Like, you can't see the fucking difference. The only thing they can't do is using the Arduino logo. But other than that, they are identical. And if they wanted to, you can make your own for free and give it away for free. Nothing is stopping you. Linux users are more concerned. And this is, like, I've been dealing with Linux for close to 30 years. When press comes to shove, when you really like, what is your biggest problem? What is your biggest fear with Linux and FOSS? And when it comes down to, I don't want to pay for shit. Because right now, Linux users are running Linux and FOSS software that is paid by the 1%, by the 1%ers. You can't run Linux today without Microsoft. You can't run Linux today without IBM, AMD, Intel, all of these, Steam, like Valve, $1 billion proprietary, anti-developer, to some degree even anti-consumer company. You would not have gaming the way we have today without $1 billion company. Every Linux user should hate to their bone everything Valve stands for, because they are basically they are worse than Microsoft. They have a worse monopoly crap on gaming than Microsoft have on the OS market. But because they're giving them games, and games are fun, Linux users don't give a fuck. Linux users don't give a fuck. And here's the thing, I lived this. I again, let's clean out the screen. I will read your comments and respond to them in 1 second. But I will give you like a really quick example here. We can live in 2 timelines. Because Linux is a corporate, like Linux is not Linux as you think it is. Linux is just Microsoft. Linux is basically, when I say Linux, I mean like the whole Linux ecosystem. It's like the Microsoft ecosystem. You're just one part removed from it. So the way the Microsoft ecosystem run, Linux ecosystem run exactly the same way, with $1 billion companies, massive investment, massive amount of money, shady deals being made. All of that is happening in the background. You don't see it as much. But in the Microsoft ecosystem, because they're open about it, you see it in your face. So there's 2 timelines we can run. Then I will get to comments, and then we can look at DevOps. So we can have like the bad Linux. So that's like MS involvement, IBM, Intel, Oracle, all the usual suspect. Or you can have the good 99% community. 99% com. So Nvidia, they make a new card. Let's call it a 8090. Okay? That comes out here. Six months later, heck, let's say 1 to 6 months later, you up and running. It works, no fucking problem, blah, blah, blah. A 100% community-driven, sponsored by money from the users. And this is if we are lucky. 2 to 3 years, if not more, depending on the technology and more. Of course, let's say there's the same user base as there is now versus as it was back before. So in the early 2000s, when I made Linux for the first time, every time there was a new graphic card driver, within the first year, it kinda worked. It kinda worked. You can, like, it didn't crash all the fucking time. AMD was better than Nvidia, but you could kinda, like, if you wanted 80%-ish of the same efficiency as on the Windows, there was about 1 to 1.5 year in the pipeline. You wanted 100%. That was 2+ years. Why? Because most Linux users don't actually give a fuck about helping out. They don't give a fuck about learning to code. Because most Linux users don't know how to code. Most Linux users just want to use. And that is why the 1% here, it's probably more than 1%, but you get the idea. Let's just call it the 1%. The 1% here have trillions of dollars. The 1%, oh, that's not what I want. The 1% here have millions of dollars. There may be some millionaires out there, even billionaires, that want to invest millions into Linux. Money speaks. Money means more developers. Why do you think we got Valve? Like, what do you think Valve did to get SteamOS and Steam to work and Proton to work this well? They paid developers, or they sponsored communities, aka paid communities, aka paid developers. We could have gotten the same way if more people paid more developers. We don't need Valve's money. We just need more user money. If you go, go on to Elementary OS's webpage, they have a way that you can pay for the distribution. When they did that, people didn't know you could just put like a fat 0 in there and click download. The Linux community, I'm not joking here, there were articles. There were Reddit posts. There were, back then, Twitter posts. There were forum posts about Linux users losing their collective fucking minds because I had to pay at least $1 for distribution. Until they had... It was so bad, and all of this, you can figure this out by looking it up, it's all public records. They had to make a public statement saying that in the big massive box where it says suggestions, you put a flat fucking 0 in it. This is how stupid people are, they don't try this out. And you get a button that says download. But for like a week or so, oh my god, Linux has become Microsoft, I have to pay for my distribution. Lord Savior, Richard Stallman, save us. Save us. We cannot live in this world, I have to pay for my shit. I'm not joking, they lost their fucking mind. The second someone is asking for money, or donations, or what it is on Linux to keep continuing their product, the collective community, it's almost like you ask them, can I have your firstborn, all your pets, and can I fuck your wife or girlfriend? So when I say that the biggest problem with Linux is the community not willing to support Linux, this has happened for 30 plus years. This is why we need IBM. This is why we need Microsoft. Because you right now, that are pissed ass angry at me, are not willing to actually support. And Linux only works if the users chime in. Because like, there was some politician's wife in the state that said, communism only works as long, or the biggest problem with communism is that you run out of other people's money. Or was it socialism? Something like that. We don't talk politics here. But if you have a system where you're reliant on other people's help, either work, like they help doing the work, or money to then produce a product other people use, there are going to be more users that are demanding more than there are people willing to roll up their sleeves and actually helping out. All of the stuff that we are using right now on Linux and FOSS is of the good graces of a select few. And I think the Linux community should start to be a lot more grateful. You don't have to be grateful for Microsoft, IBM, because they're investing into Linux because they're getting that investment back for what they're doing with Linux and FOSS. But be more grateful to your Linux distribution makers. Be more grateful for your package maintainers, your software developers. Instead of demanding this and demanding that, if you don't ask what can I do to help, just be glad for what you have. Because you are living off other people's work. You are living off the select 1%'s generosity. Because supporting a Linux distribution or developing a Linux distribution, it's not just coding, it's infrastructure. It's like you have to hire a fucking accountant if you get too big, you know? You have to deal with taxes, you know, employment, employing other people, you know, like, the good thing with Mac and Linux, when you have with Mac and Windows, when you have it, you don't have to think about that because you paid for it, unless you private it. But you get what I'm coming at here. Like, when I run Mac OS that technically should only be running on Mac hardware, well, I paid for Mac OS by buying the hardware. So they already got the support out of me, the monetization out of me, so they can continue developing Mac OS. I don't think anyone 99% of people, if they know what they're doing, know how to activate Windows for free. But that's why we have a lot of ads in Windows. That's why Microsoft is pushing a lot of technologies. They need to make money somehow. And if we don't pay for it, well, we have to pay with our time. If everyone subscribed to YouTube Premium that use YouTube, there will be no ads on YouTube. If everyone stopped using ad blockers, I'm not saying they should, but if we live in a world where everyone stopped using ad blockers, there will be less YouTube ads. There will be less in-video ads that the content creator have to make, because YouTube ads would be paying enough. If you get something for free, you pay in another way. Or if you don't pay in another way, you're going to not be able to use that technology or have that technology available in the future because you're running out of other people's generosity. Linux and FOSS only works if the community chimes in. The same with pure communism. Or let's not talk politics. If you want a pure community, like let's say we are a self-sustained community. Like, you want to live in a pure self-sustained community. You cannot be there cannot be more people just sitting and eating all the labor or all the fruits of the labor than there are people laboring. Because a person can easily consume more than he can make. Like, if you are having a garden, you can easily eat everything that's in the garden. You need a bigger garden, or else you eat everything that's in. Oh, now I can't maintain it anymore. Now you are 2 people eating off the garden. Now it needs to be even bigger. More fucking gardening time. You get what I'm coming at here. Let's get to some comments. Where's my mouse? DevOps. I will get to DevOps in a second. I want pirated software. Yeah, MS-DOS is being used a lot of places. Yeah. So the fragmentation in Linux is not about options. Windows has the most options for you to run software, because there are more software running on Windows than on Linux. And you have a lot of different Windows distributions. You can even have even more if you know how to customize a Windows ISO with a tool like NT Lite. You can make your own Windows distribution. We could have millions of different Windows distributions if we wanted to. You know. Yeah, time and life period. Yep. At work, we have several closed Linux systems where we manually manage software without. That's a sadly how you have to go to it, man. So Tizen OS actually have a Samsung smartwatch that use Tizen OS, and it's amazing. I know it's a trash, like, it of itself is trash, but the battery life, even like Google cannot match it with their smartwatches today, and this is like a 5-6 year old fucking watch. GNOME is not more complicated than KDE. Then you don't know what complicated mean. The choice is yours. If you enjoy being told, that's also your choice. True. Yeah, Copilot 365 will set you free. Fuck me. I wonder how much it costs to solve something in 5 minutes. If worth it, by all means do it. So you were saying, I think you're referring to that I said I could solve most people's problems with Windows and Mac in 5 minutes or less. That is because most people's problems are that easy to solve. Because most people don't really have a problem with Mac or Windows. They have small irritations. Again, I can remove all AI from Windows in 5 minutes or less. And then it will run amazingly and most people will love it. You know, I can theme both in under 5 minutes and people will love that. You know. There are some people that need like a fundamental fucking OS design change. Of course I can't do that. But that's like 0.0.0.0. Or 1.0.0000001% or something like that. It's by far the majority. Yeah, in Linux we forgot how to build from source. Yep. If you know how to compile a good old tarball, not an 8-ball or speedball or something like that, you can get anything anywhere, yeah. Yeah, go to the Linux Foundation's website and you see Microsoft. Yep. Can I work for Microsoft? I hear Microsoft is amazing to work for, but you typically would only last 3 to 5 years, then you get either fired or redundant. Because they like to change a lot of... So the thing with working for Microsoft, as far like I've seen a lot of people, like I've followed a lot of people that work for Microsoft then got fired, and also seen a lot of people that is getting into Microsoft, and like I just like seeing how big companies do the whole recruitment and how it is to work for them. And with Microsoft, if you don't want to advance, that's like the easiest way to get kicked out. They want people to start and then advance. So if you start as a junior developer, they want you to be like a project leader, group manager, whatever, you know, like they want you to become better. Because then you become more valuable for it. If you come in as a junior developer and you just want to end as senior developer, yeah, you sadly is one of the first ones to go. Or if departments gets like, oh, we are replacing AI with this, or oh, we don't see a need for the testing anymore. Like, that's the two easiest way of getting kicked out from Microsoft, basically. Oh yeah, Windows subsystem for Linux is like, it's killing the Windows development desktop. Oh, it's killing the Linux development desktop. That can happen with 3 workspaces with 3 different OSs. You can easily make that. God bless Microsoft, yeah. The only one that's ruining Mac and Microsoft is Mac and Microsoft. That's it. So Windows 11 LTSC is a customized built version of Windows that everyone can make on their own. And even way more customized. You can customize Windows so much you can't even fucking install it. Like, you can take the whole install out of Windows if you want to. With NT Lite. Like, Windows is as customizable if you know what to do like Arch Linux is. Well, almost. I'd say like 95 or 90%. Because KDE is the most customizable and also the lightest desktop environment to run. Yeah, good luck compiling the kernel. It's a fun thing. Yeah, so the micro slop videos, like The only reason I stopped using Windows, other than like I'm streaming from a Windows laptop right now, the only reason I went away from Windows, there were two reasons. I had NVIDIA driver stability issues, which I hear is a little bit better on Linux, but it was not a big enough reason for me to switch. It's actually the AI slop. Like, I don't want to make a custom ISO that rips like 5% of the OS out because they are pushing AI all over the place. And the third one, so we're adding one, is the current CEO's viewpoint of AI. Like, he wants to force feed AI down the throat of everyone. And I don't subscribe to that mindset. It's probably, now I'm thinking about it, that's probably the biggest reason. It's not that it's there because I can remove it. It's that it's his view, it's the whole corporate Microsoft viewpoint of AI. That you should use it, you better use it, or else you are hurting society and all that. No, fuck you. I like Apple's viewpoint of it way better. So Apple is like, they don't do anything until they know or have found a way that they can say this is going to benefit our users in a way that make our users' life better. So there's a short, I need to find it, where they were talking about screen time. And they were asking, is it Steve Cook or what the fuck is COS? How much screen time? Like he was publicly saying he was using his iPhone less and less. And they were asking why he stopped using it so much. He was like, well, we don't build products for you to mindless use them. We build products to make your life better. And he didn't feel his life got better by using his iPhone more and more and more. You get what I'm coming at here? Every other CEO would have said, use our products more because we're making more money. The more you use it, the more money we are making. He said, no, we don't want the users to use our products for the sake of using it. If it don't make your life better, we don't want you to use it. That's why they are so late with the AI shit. Because it's not really working for them. They've not found a good way of making it super useful. So Nothing is doing kind of the same thing. They don't, like, that's why I love my Nothing phone. There's almost no AI in it. Because they have not found a good way where it actually makes sense for the end user other than the normal Gemini and shit like that. Like, hate Apple as much, and I do hate Apple. They're more concerned about the public image than actually anything else. But when a CEO say, we don't want your money for the sake of wanting your money. We want your money if you think we have made your life better. That's a mindset I can stand by. That's a statement I can support. You get what I'm coming at? Like, I get you want all my data. I get you want all my information you can hoard for yourself. Like anyone else. But you don't want me to use your product if I don't find it useful. Like, what? Like, I don't think I've heard anyone from Google, Microsoft, IBM, Intel, Nvidia, or AMD ever said something like that. And I kind of low-key respect that. Like, I can respect that. I think Apple has stagnated over the years. The only reason, like, the only innovation they really made is, like, the M series chipsets, which is not really an innovation. It's like the A mobile series chipsets. They just beefed up a little bit. And to help distinguish it from mobile chips to, I guess, desktop chips, they just rebranded it. But an M1, 2, 3 is just a beefed up, like, I'm simplifying here. But it won't be long before M chips is running everything. You can already get M series on on your iPads, the next thing is like your phone, and then it would probably be M chipset for smartwatches. And then everything is running an M chip. That is the future we're getting into. You know. So it's but I can respect that, you know. I can respect if a company say, yes, we want your money, we want your data and all that fucking shit, but you should at least think you got something out of it, aka that, you know, it made your life better or more convenient or whatever the fuck it is. So political views and all that fucking shit out of the window, I can stand by that statement. You know, I can be like, I can I can stand by that. So I'm going to talk really simple about DevOps, because this is like, most people just want like the intro thing, and you have to think about it in two ways. It's an industry buzzword of saving money. And how are they doing that? Well, oh. I can't fucking type right now. Forgive me for my spelling mistake. So, in development, there's like this, you know, there's more than this, but just this is the best way of thinking about it. Dev is development, you know, developing, testing, blah, blah, blah. Then you have operations, you know, like testing, how is it functioning in operations. Operations also deal with bug reports and blah, 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 stuff like that. So, it's more involved than this, but just think about it a little bit. Like if you understand development, you know what I can't remember everything operations does, but you like, they also can deal with sales or contact of sales and stuff like that. But if you understand that world, operation world, you kind of know what they're doing. So instead of having two people that has to then talk with each other, or two groups, whatever you will call it, they consolidated that into DevOps. So that basically just means that one person is doing more than they should. Or one team is doing more than they should. And they do that, so some of the philosophies is that, well, if you take this link away, you know, there's less thing that can go wrong, communication, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. Routine refers to the routine IT functions. But I also heard that they bundled in some sales, like, so operation people will also sometimes be attached to a salesperson, where they will go out and help with this, like the tech. So if a customer asks a technical question, they could ask, you know, software, and also bug requests and shit like that, you know. They do quite a lot of things. Again, I just like, a lot of people, when this was like a buzzword like 5-10 years ago, I looked into it, and I'm just like, they are taking a valid point and trying to make it into so they can save money. So you always have to remember this up here. And this goes, I can mostly talk for IT/development. When everyone starts to saying something, you hear it all the fucking time from your managers. We have to do this thing. That is because they have found a faster, cheaper way of doing a task. So that can be less people, less salaries, blah, 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 blah. But typically, why do everyone talks about AI? It can save us money. Welcome back, Liam. It can save us money, blah, blah, blah. That's why they talk about AI, because they think it can save them money. They think AI can make things faster for them. So when something starts to become a buzzword in the management sphere, the CEO sphere, it's almost always because they think they have found a faster, cheaper way of doing the same thing. And they want to implement it. What word am I missing here? There is a word. I'm missing a word here. What word am I missing? AI is good for some things, of course. But what am I missing here when you hear a buzzword from your managers or CEOs or an industry? They have found a faster, cheaper way of doing something. There's one word that I'm missing that most of the times is actually missing on purpose. Oh, I've heard about OpenShift and not looked into it, but what word am I missing in, oh, this is a faster, cheaper way of doing a thing. And we're doing it this fast and cheaper way because, there's less communication between teams and blah, 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 blah. But there's one really specific word that should be in here that's not in here. Come on, people, you're not that stupid. It's really simple when you think about it. There's a word here that I'm missing. Faster, cheaper. What would be the next thing you would think of? I found this amazing way. It's fast, it's cheaper, it's better. No good. Better. Oh, we should use AI, it's going to save us money. That's what a lot of people say. We should use AI, it's going to be faster. You should be able to do your work faster. Hey George, thank you for stopping by. They almost never put better in there. Because if they say better and it turns out not to be better, they really fucked up. And like DevOps, AI, like buzzwords in general, a lot of times what they're doing is they are moving the issue a step further down the chain. So let's say DevOps is solving a few problems, but they're also producing some problems. But those problems are not being dealt with the DevOps people, they're being dealt with by other people. So for the DevOps people, they don't see it. Or the developers don't see it, or the operations people don't see it. Because the problems that DevOps may produce is being handled with management, for example, or sales, or customer support. Put in whatever department you want there. So a lot of times when they do this, oh, this is faster and better. A lot of times it's that, yes, for a specific group of people, you actually have found something that is cheaper and faster and may also be better. But then you're just, a lot of times, then doing that in of itself is also building problems. that is then being dealt with by other people. That is not directly in front of you or directly part of that group. So the DevOps manager is like, oh, I used to manage both development and operations. This is way better, blah, blah, blah. And then sales or customer support or HR, whatever the fuck it is, they'd be like, oh my god, now we have to deal with this fucking shit. We have overworked multiple job role developers that are angry because they're not getting paid accordingly to their responsibility level that they just got an increase in. So they got an increase in responsibility, but they got no more money. You know. So a lot of times when people... So AI, for example. Can AI code faster than a developer? Yes. But it also makes more mistakes than most developers. It don't think about security. It don't think about scalable projects, even if you tell it to. So it will build the project faster. But then the time you save writing the code, you are spending auditing the code, fixing the code, removing plobs, plode, call it what you will. So instead of spending time designing the software, like we do now, you're spending time fixing it. Like you're spending more time fixing it. Where well-designed software, you don't have to fix that much. So again, moving the problem. It's faster to write, but we're spending more time fixing it in the back end. Or security auditing it. And that's the problem they have with AI, vibe coding and AI coding right now, is that there are so many security problems and it's unscalable and blah, 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 like put in what you for, box to high heaven. But it works on one computer. It works right now and then there's one update to a library and everything falls apart. Or you update the base and everything falls apart. You change the value, everything falls apart. If you spend more time planning and developing, because like, here's the thing, I keep telling people this, and it's a really good example because, you know, with buzzwords and all that shit. So DevOps, I don't have a problem with it, but I have every time I hear an industry buzzword, and this goes for mechanics, plumbers, electricians, they all have their problem with buzzwords, okay? Because managers, leaders, or, well, I will not call them leaders, managers, CEOs, owners of companies, if they're being told, oh, you can do this faster and cheaper, they don't care much about better. They care about faster and cheaper. This is why TypeScript, JavaScript is used everywhere. A language that was meant to make websites look prettier is being used in backends now. In super sensitive backends, like it's running on Mars rovers, it's running in space. A language that was being used to make websites prettier. Why? Well, it's cheaper to hire a website developer than a C# developer, C++ developer, Rust developer. And they are more often because it's easier for a human to understand web development than proper backend development. Proper coding, I'm pissing off a lot of JavaScript developers, but you know, like, traditional coding language coders are more expensive, and there's less often because it's harder to get into and understand. So we have all of these front-end developers, web developers, we don't know what to do with. Let's make a tool so they can make apps. Let's make a tool so we can use it in the back end. So we can save money on hiring. This is just arbitrary number, this is not real numbers, but I can hire a JavaScript developer for $300,000 a year, or I can hire the developer I should hire for $600,000 a year. Who am I going to take? Because you're just a CEO, you don't understand this thing. And you're only hiring yes men that agree with everything you say. You're a manager that wants to suck up for the CEO, so the more money you save, you don't care about if it's actually better. You could just say, haha, that team over there did it in 2 months, we did it in 1. And then 6 months down the line, you're spending more time fixing bugs. You have a shit ton of security risk you have to fix. While that team that took 2 months, have not worked on that program since they've done it. They have not touched that program since they released it. 6 months later, they have not touched it. A year later, not touched it. They may add a feature here and there, maybe fix a small little amount of bugs, but the amount of time the JavaScript developers and stuff that have been, or let us say JavaScript, but the 50% less paid developers that they have hired, they're spending more money and more time actually fixing the program when it's released. Well, TypeScript is just an addition to JavaScript. And it is a little bit better than JavaScript. It has a lot of extra good, cool things to it. But this is why I have a problem with buzzwords. Let's say I work with Scooby. And we get to work one day and he's like, have you heard about this thing? And he comes the day after, and you should really look into this thing. The day after that, look at this amazing thing. And then he gets another coworker, like Laymus, come, hey, look, have you guys seen this? I'm like, yeah, I heard Scooby talk about it. That I will look into, because it's people that actually understand what we are doing. It's my coworkers that are in the trenches doing the things with me, that are telling me, hey, look at this cool shit. It's not a manager that have not written a line of code ever before. Or CEO, or last time they did it is like 10, 15, 30 years ago. Them, if they are better than me of getting a task done. They know how to manage people, I hope. Or how to manage a task, break it down into smaller tasks and getting things done. But they probably don't know shit about the technologies that they're using. They care more about Slack, Teams, Linear, Monday than they care about .NET, JavaScript, whatever it is. So if I hear buzzwords coming from management and up, no matter what field you are in, that's because they think they can save money. Or they can do things faster. And most of the time, they don't even think about, is it better? If your coworker keeps nagging you about something, it's because it's probably better, it's probably faster, and it's probably going to make everyone's life more convenient. So always listen to your coworkers. Take any buzzword you hear, the media. If it gets so big that Reddit, Facebook, YouTube are starting to talk about it, be skeptical. Be skeptical. Because then it's hype. The hype train is going. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, automation is a big thing. It's been that for like 15 years, to be honest. Would I work for Microsoft, Red Hat, or Google? Honestly, I think I would, yeah. So let's boil it down a little bit, and I'll explain why. So work for MS, Red Hat, Mr. G. So if I should work for Microsoft, I would be like, this is a 1 to 2 year thing. I would do it just to try it out. I don't think I would be like, I would go into Microsoft and then like, like work till I'm like 90 years old. Like, I would not do that. It would be like, let's see how it is. If it's good, I could be pleasantly surprised. But I would be like, this is like a 1-2 year, like an experience kind of thing. Red Hat, that would be something I would probably do till I die. It's Linux, it's FOSS, the whole philosophy about what they're doing, plus, I was a young teenager when they come. Like, I've lived with Red Hat in my mind since I got into Linux and got interested in it. So Linux, so Red Hat probably is for me what people that were teenagers in the 80s, Microsoft is for them. You get what I'm coming at here. Google. Google. This is a little bit different because on Microsoft's side, there's a lot of Microsoft technologies I really, really like and would love to be a part of. I can't say that about Google, to be honest. The Android, I don't give much fucks about. The search thingy, no. The AI thingy, not really. Maybe a 1 year? A 1 year thing? I really want to learn Kotlin, but I'm doing app development in .NET MAUI, so. But I have fiddled around with Kotlin a little bit. Yeah, I don't know about, because I'm thinking about Google, what, like, if I got in, so that will change. If let's say I got into the R&D department, then it would be like a 90-year thing. Kind of the same with Microsoft. Oh. Because I hear Microsoft has an amazing research and development department. Like, go Google stories about Microsoft research and development. It's like mind-boggling. Google's research and development you don't hear much about, but unless I got into their research and development departments, I will not stay there for long, I don't think. And the reason why I Google is so low is because Google does a lot of manipulation to their co-workers. Like, they all of the cool benefits you're getting is all, they're doing that to make your work better. Oh, no, sorry, not better. To make your work longer. So I know for a fact in Microsoft, or I don't know if that's for all departments, but a lot of the people I have watched that follow or that works at Microsoft, if there just is the slight inclination that they are overworked, they get paid off days off. You know, like they have a really, really good work-life balance on Microsoft, as far as I have heard and seen. Google so much, I hear this the opposite. If you're not grinding 20 hours a day on Google, like I think most Google employees, they last about I think it's 6 months to a year, if I'm remembering correctly. The same with the Meta and stuff like that, because they give you all of this cool shit, but they expect you to work till you die every day. Where on Microsoft, I hear a lot of people saying, and again, this is just what I hear from the internet, could be total bullshit, and also could be depending on where you live in the world and working for Microsoft. But I've heard people coming tired at work, and they're like, take a week off. You know what to do if you have time, do it at home, but try and take a week off. Like, they have a really, really good work-life balance, as far as I've heard. And if you trust, you know, YouTubers, articles and shit like that. Google is the opposite. Like, they expect you to work for them when you wake up till you go to sleep. Like, they give you all means so you never have to leave the office. If they could, they would build apartments in the fucking development floor. I haven't heard much about Red Hat. How it is to, like, how the work-life balance is and corporate culture. I hear it's more like Microsoft and Google. That they care more about their employees than Google does. But yeah, like the R&D department for Microsoft is legendary, man. The same with Apple. The Apple R&D department is fucking like they've been, what is it, for 10 years now? They're trying to make like an Apple car. All of that is from the R&D department. Like Microsoft was really in, I think they still are. Like they did a lot of R&D in augmented reality, way before anyone else did. I think they scrapped the car, but this thing with Apple is nothing is really scrapped. When they say scrapped, it's like the technology is not here yet. Or we haven't approached it the right way. Like a lot of things with Apple is like, it's when they say scrapped, it's more or less pause. That's how at least I interpret it, because there's been rumor of them making a phone for a long time, and no, that's scrapped, no, it's not, and they officially say they know we're not working on, and then it comes out, like. But yeah, like Microsoft, they did a lot of augmented reality way before anyone else. They've done so much fucking crazy shit in the 90s, like. They low-key secretly, when I say low-key secretly, it was like an open secret. Like, they had Linux distribution way before most fucking other people had a Linux distribution in the R&D department. Lars Torres did a seminar outlining the radical use of AI within his organization. Like, AI is useful. Like, there are things AI is good at. I will not say great, but good at. The problem is that because it's a buzzword that CEOs love to use because it gives money from investors and it sounds cool and sounds like they're on the forefront of technology, they are forcing AI into a lot of situations where it should not be. Yeah, so when you do business stuff, it's either Java or C# or .NET. It would probably, yeah, that Java is big in the corporate world. And I honestly don't mind Java, to be honest. I do like Java quite a lot. I like the story about Java. I like the place it came from, and how, like, Java was done by Sun. Is it Sun Microsystems? I can't remember what they call. Like, Sun also did a lot of internet protocols, and Sun was really innovators back in the day. Like, they did a lot of innovations, man. Go look up Sun. I think it's Sun Microsystems. Go look up the history about it and what they did and stuff like that. They did a lot of cool shit. It's yeah, they did a lot of cool shit. I know Java gets a massive I not say red flag, but a lot of people don't like it so much, and I think the reason why they don't like it is like it's just really verbose. That's also why a lot of people don't like C, C++, and C#. Like, you have to use a lot of magic words to do a thing. you know. But like I talked with one of the developers at work about like what the forefathers for Samba, yeah. So if you have like a really verbose system, like Rust is also really verbose, you get a lot of control. That's what like you the more magic spells that you have to say to do something, the more control you get. Or the more easier you can control what's going on. Like, just, there are things that you just can't really do as easy in Python. Because if you have to do that thing, you now have to use separate libraries that import that functionality. Or then you have to basically write a lot of fucking bullshit that gives you control over the interpreter and shit like that. You know? But the Java, like the Java 25 has, like, now you can do, now you can do this. Instead of, was it system? .out. And then print line. I can't remember it. And C# is also doing a lot of things. Yeah. There you go. There you go. But now you can do this. But they still recommend, because most people know this, so they still recommend you to do this. You know. And C# is trying to do a lot of reducing the need for the verboseness for a lot of, I will not call it simple, but a lot of boilerplate things that you're doing. So it's still there, but you don't have to do it. You know, you can do the simple way if you're just doing it once in a while, but if you're doing it a lot, you then should do, like, you know. I'm just looking at where I left off. Oh, there you go. I like Google, Microsoft, but I don't like them. Yeah, the whole AI shit is bullshit, lame. Microsoft Office is, like, still one of the best, sadly enough. I think this is only a thing in the US. In Europe, you get paid sick leave because 60% basis long. Yeah. That's an EU thing, but I think, like, Microsoft's kind of do that in all places. Again, I've heard people in Spain, in America talking about this, and in Australia. Play. I haven't looked into that. Yeah, they need to partner with a car manufacturer. Yeah. Microsoft did some protocols, yeah. I've dabbled in Rust. So, like, done the basic, like, make, like, a hello world, done a small, you know, for loops and shit like that. But I never, like, I actually kind of want to. But I never got around to sitting down and say, like, let's make, like, a weather app, or let's make a calculate, or, you know, some, you know, like a small little useful application. Because I don't see any, because I don't have interest in doing embedded development. I have no interest in doing robotic development and shit like that. Well, I do have an interest, but I just don't, like, I don't have a robotic arm, you know, or embedded system at home. I have a computer that needs apps, and for me, it's overkill to build, like, a weather app in C++ or Rust, when you have Java, C#, Python. They are way good enough for that shit. Heck, Python will probably be like the right amount of control that you need to do most of the apps that we are using nowadays, or that most developers are building. But if I should do a lot of backend work, like OS backend work, or let's say I want to deal with like embedded systems and stuff like that, I may go Rust. I still think doing Cosmic in Rust, I would have done it in C++, but they like Rust. I don't give a fuck. Like, let's then do Rust. You know, like, I don't know why a lot of people have this hard on for Rust. But if that's your fancy, if that tickles your fancy, then do it. Like, I understand on a technical level why they like it, but like I'm not really married to like one programming language than another one. But I do maybe want to sit down and do like a proper like storing. Let's see how they deal with list arrays and shit like that. You know. What are your options for C# for cross-platform? So basically, you could do anything you can do with C# on Windows. You can do on any platform with the .NET framework, besides front end. So the only thing that's cross-platform is really MAUI, and it's like if you're not doing mobile development, I will not do it. VPF, UPV, WinForms, they only work on Windows. But then you can use something like Uno. There's something with A, I can't remember, we tested out, or Autolin or something like that. You can use Qt. There's a library so you can use Qt. And I think you can also use GTK if I'm not mistaken. But it requires you to have .NET installed on Linux or whatever platform you're on. Just like you actually have, you need the frameworks to be installed. Like you do on Runtime, whatever the fuck they're called nowadays. That just like you do. So like on Java, you need the minimum you need on Java is like the Java runtime environment. And .NET have kind of the same, where you can have the minimum, or you can contain everything within the same folder structure. Yeah, Java runtime environment and JDK. So you can do so you can package your package in a way. I don't know how well that works on non-Windows platforms, but at least on Windows, where it contains everything in the project folder or in the output folder. So the users don't have to install, like redistribution libraries and all that fucking shit. That also means that it's a little bit bloated, or what you would call it. And I think it's kind of the same if you do like a backend for C#, like a console app. So let's say you're only doing console apps. That's all multi-platform. The only thing that's like Windows specific now are like the front ends. And I have a sneaky suspicion, like, they try with MAUI. So MAUI works okay on Mac OS. It don't work that well on Linux. It works decently as a mobile development thingy. But yeah, like I suspect that they are going to port VPF over to Windows or Linux at some point. Because VPF is like, we also have WinUI 2 and 3. I forgot about those. That's also Windows specific. Yeah. If you're doing CLI, if it's all backend shit, like, command line shit, you should be able to run C# with the respective. You can go on to Google C# for Linux, and they will tell you what you need. I can't remember the correct naming conventions, what they're calling it. Like I said, the only thing that's not yet universal are UIs, but there's ways around that. luckily enough. But I don't know, like, because Java and C# are so alike. Like, they do have some uniqueness to them. So Java, for example, if I'm not mistaken, is a little bit more memory safe, if I'm not mistaken. There is something there is actually something that makes Java a little bit better for like hardcore enterprise backends. You know. But you have to Google that up because I can't remember and then there's other aspect where C# gives you more control over some certain aspect of programming. So I will say so you're in Java right now, right? Let me and I'm going to get a lot of flack for this. Let's just call it front end, okay? No. They are exactly, they are both object-oriented programming languages, so no. Most front-end jobs for most apps, and we're not talking mobile apps, we're talking like for desktop server, whatever it is. Is it called? I think it's called. I can't remember now. It's Swing. Which is like the OG front end. Most front ends for most apps, Swing is enough. It's enough. And you can get libraries that will make it look pretty. I use them all the time. And Swing is kind of what VPF is for C#. It's old, but everyone loves it. It has a lot of extra things you can put on it. They want to make it dead, but they can't. If you want to go into mobile development, let's say fancy, like consumer level app development with Java, then I will do like Java FX. It also allows you to use markup languages and stuff like that. And it will give you more modern features for the front end. But the thing, why Swing? Like, why these two are still so heavily used in the corporate world is that most corporate entities they don't need a lot of fancy shit. They don't care about animations. They actually don't really care about how it looks. They just want it to fucking work. You know. They don't care about fancy animations. They don't care about the feel of clicking the button and how easy it is or to theme it and all that shit. That's more on the consumer level. You know. But what a lot of people they don't understand is if you looked at people working for a big bank or a big corporation, like if you looked at, let's say, Microsoft or Apple, and you went, maybe not Apple because they do the opposite, but most companies like Oracle, Microsoft, Red Hat and shit like that, if you look at their internal programs, they probably look like it was done in 2000 or the 90s. Because stability, functionality outweigh anything else. then once in a while you'll get some idiot like me that's like, I also want it to look nice. But that's only if there is time. Because it don't matter how ugly the button is or the layout looks if it's easy to use, functional, and stable. And that is why VPF and Swing is still super used, because it's well tested, well documented, it's super fast. It just don't look the best out of the... You can make, like, give me an hour and I can make VPF look amazing. Give me an hour and I can make Swing look amazing. But it is still more work, and there are things you just can't do, like you can do in WinUI 1.2.3 or 3 and 4, or there's things you can do in JavaFX you just can't get to be done in Swing. But most people don't need that. You know, like I just got a new manager. The first thing I ask him, because I only know him working on consumer programs. And I'm working on enterprise programs, technically. Even with the mobile app, it's for internal use, so enterprise. And I asked him, do you understand the difference between making consumer programs and enterprise programs? And he said, yeah, I've done that before. I managed that before. Cool, amazing. Because let's say you want to make a game or mobile app or a new calendar app. The approach you have to that versus the approach Scooby takes to make a backend that handles all the internal customers and how it's interacting with the database to make sure that the data are protected and they can easily get removed and added and, you know, all that shit. It's like night and day the way you approach Scooby's work versus, let's say, King Software, whatever software development that make a mobile app. I can't remember their names right now. Like, it's night and day how you approach them. You know, both from a UI, UX, but also like a backend perspective. Like how a mobile app or consumer app handles their backend is massively different from what Scooby is doing. Like night and day how they approach it. You know, because in an enterprise setting, testing, bug fixing is super important. Who gives a fuck if your app is, like, take this with a grain of salt, but it's not like you're not losing billions of dollars in most cases if your game is down for like an hour. Okay? If Fortnite goes down for an hour, they're probably losing millions. But if you're working for a bank or a trader or something like that and you're down for an hour, that could be billions. Billions. Or many, many more millions than, oh, my calculator don't work. Or, oh shit, I can't see the latest currency conversion. So the way that you plan and approach is massively different. Massively different. So that also means that you are managing and leading the teams differently. Here's another thing for all you clever people out there. Another quiz. Which one is true? Is a manager the same as a leader, and is a leader the same as a manager? Well, technically, you should do basic error handling as a standard. Like, if you're working on enterprise shit, you should do way more error handling than if you're not. And probably also way more handling the arrow, so like writing it out, blah blah blah, blah and stuff like that. You know, like documenting it, the arrows. Where on a mobile phone or a calculator app, if it crashes, yeah. I know some company, like, this is something I've been, when I saw how little they did it where I work, I get why they're doing it. It's because of there's only one guy, and he has a lot to do. And but it was one of the things I'm like, oh, we need to think about this whole like arrow handling and whatnot. But yeah, our managers the same as leaders. I would love some more input on this. And while you're thinking about that, I will go get a soda. Some fucking like what is it called? Like psychedelic music. Just need to take my LSD out and then like, here, let's have a party, man. Oh, this is so good. Sometimes there's nothing better than just like a good old soda. I'm drinking quite a lot of tea lately, though. I got into my tea fix again. Managers streamline labor for the benefit of the company. Leaders may often do the same thing, but are more focused on the development of the labor force. Kind of right, yeah. No, so green tea, black tea, like English. Think of the way English people drink tea, just without the sugar and milk. Uh, so this is probably the easiest way of saying it. Um, yeah, green tea is. I have like I buy one. It's called Clippers, I think the company is called. They have like a green lemon or lime tea. It's amazing, and it's super cheap. So a manager, it's like organizing a task. So let's say you have to move out, and you have 5 movers. A manager is the one that you do this, you do that. We do this first, we do this second. This is the road we drive, and blah blah blah. A leader is like he gets the people to actually do it. You know, like, oh, you have a back problem. Maybe you should not do that thing. You can do this thing over there instead. Why are you not? You seem a little bit down today. You know, do you want a promotion? Or the leader is the one that also like who should actually go with us? Like who should actually be the people helping us out? You know, to some degree. So a leader gets the people to do it. The manager is outlining the blueprint of how it should be done. So they make like step 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And then the leader is the one that actually like getting it done. And sometimes, in most companies, they are actually the same. Some people are good at this, some people are good at that. Most people are not good at both. So who leads the Linux desktop? Right now, nobody. You could say that Ubuntu is the leader because they are the most successful and the biggest. No. Because here's the thing. A leader for Linux, if Linux had a leader, would deal with all the infighting, because a leader would see all the distributions as individual teams. A manager would be like, this team do this really well, this team do this really well, they should merge together. That's how they will deal with all of this. And if you don't like it, get the fuck out of here. Like, there is some overlap between these two, of course. But a leader, for example, is more likely to go and help out. Let's say you have a coding project, it needs to be done, you're behind. A leader would help out. A manager would sit and watch and gather data. To be like, why are we behind? How can we make sure this don't happen again, and blah, 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 blah. A leader would be like, we are behind, I'm going to help out. When we are done, we do a post-mortem to figure out what happened. That's what a leader would do. Most people are managers. I would say everyone can become a manager. Not everyone can become a leader. And you can make managers into leaders, and you can make leaders into managers. It's probably easy to make a leader into a manager than to make a manager into a leader. This is probably one, again, Linux. This is probably one of the Linux need this the most. Because we have a lot of distributions. To get a distribution or project up and running, you need a lot of project managers. Why are there so much infighting in all these fucking distributions? Why do we have oh, this is the successor to this distribution because we disagreed and blah, blah, blah. Like, why is there so many forks in the FOSS world and Linux world? Because we have a shit ton of managers. And almost no leaders. Because a leader will figure out that it's not beneficial for anyone to fork it. Because we disagree. They will figure out, like, okay, get it, we disagree, how can we make sure that, like, how can we make this work? Managers just be like, fuck you, we're going our way. If we had more leaders in Linux, we probably would not have that many desktop environments. We would probably not have that many distributions, etc., etc., etc. Because managers really, like, a lot of time managers is like super selfish. Look how good I am at managing this team. Well, you're good at getting a task done. You're good at organizing a task into smaller tasks that's understandable for one human or a small group of people, and they can get it done. But everyone hates working for you. You may be able to manage a task to be as efficient as possible, but nobody likes working for you. Also, leaders are the one that will make people work for less pay, stay longer, work harder. Heck, even do stuff for free. Managers don't do that. Managers basically just take, like, a big, massive amount of work put it into manageable smaller chunks, and delegate that out to different people. Again, there is some overlap, and a lot of times managers are also leaders, and leaders also manage. You get the idea here. But managers also can have, this is the fun part, they can actually be really bad at delegating. Because there goes a lot of ego and shit like that into a lot of managers' mindset. Because they, instead of just being like, oh, you do this, and then they walk away, they want to be part of all of these things. So they can say, this is the best way of doing it, and blah, blah. But I want to be, that's why managers will love doing meetings. They love metrics. Lines per hour, KPIs and all that fucking shit. Managers love this. But if a manager is like, we need you to work harder, we need you to work more, we need you to take some overtime. If they are not also good leaders, most people they would say no. A really good example, and this is actually something I've seen in real life too many times. So, Mr. CEO here is at his whiteboard. I'm really good at stick figures, right? So Mr. CEO here is like, yapping around here about the quarterly sales and blah, 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 like, and we did this good in this quarter of the year. We saw so many blah, blah, blah. If you want to see if the CEO or the manager, whoever the fuck is making this presentation, if you want to see how the audience look at him, look at how many of these people here how many of them zone out in 1 to 5 minutes. The faster they zone out and they just sit and nod and clap and anyone else is clapping and not really engaging, that is a really, 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 really good symptom of a bad leader. They don't respect him. They don't care what's being said. Because a lot of managers will put people into meetings they don't need to have. Because managers love to justify their existence by meetings. So, if you have a job where you have a lot of meetings where you're like, how is this going to help me do my job better? Or this could have been done with one meeting a month instead of every fucking second day. That's a sign of a manager that's also a bad leader. Or a person that's just in general a bad leader. But if the longer people stay engaged, that's because, they actually care about this, they find value in this. And it's super easy to see people if they're engaged or not. It's hard to explain, but you will know it. Like, you probably talk to a friend or someone at work, and you can just see when they zone out. They just get like that, like, can I just kill myself now? Look in their face and just like, if an atomic bomb exploded right now, that would be preferable for being in this conversation we have right now. They get that potato face or what the fuck you like. It just like you just see their life force getting dragged out of them. Like it's hard to explain, but everyone knows when they see that face. So next time you are at a gathering or a meeting where someone is doing a presentation like that, typically if it's like a manager or like so like your team leader, your floor manager, your department head, blah, 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 whatever the fuck it is, CEO, CTO, CEO, whatever it is. If they're a really good leader, they are really good at making people engage in what they're saying. Because people feel valued. Their voice is... They feel that their voice is valued. They feel they're getting heard. But if they all just sit like fucking drones, they don't feel they're getting heard. Because then why should I speak up if I'm not getting heard? You know? Why should I be... Like, why should I even be here? That look... You know that look? That's because the manager has not managed to help the employee to understand why this is important. Or not himself or herself understand why it's not important that we have this meeting. Because it goes both ways. Like, the meeting can be important, but they just are not good enough leaders to make the employees understand that it's important, or engaging them and make them feel heard and appreciated and all that fucking bullshit. Or they are so much managers that they think that everyone needs to know everything. Because it makes me feel important. You know? And I think we all have worked for people in both camps. Like, I've been to 5-minute meetings that felt like 10 hours. And not 10-hour meetings, but 2-hour meetings that felt like 5 minutes. So I really recommend next time you are at a meeting, just look around. Because there's also like, if you feel it's unnecessary, you know, it could also be a personal thing. Like you just feel this is not necessary, but everyone else is engaging. Maybe it's you that's the problem here. You know, like maybe you just haven't found out or understood why it's, you know. Or you may think, oh, this is the best thing since sliced bread, and everyone is falling asleep. Again, you may just be a little bit too into this subject, or liking this female leader a little bit too much with her big boobs or something like that. But typically, in most of the jobs I've worked at, sadly enough, there's a lot of meetings where we just look around the room, and I love doing this. Just go sit and look around, or stand and look around the room. So I will always be like I would always be standing like right here, or right here, or right here, and then I would be like looking in here and like do like a sweep of the people and see like how many is awake, how many is falling off the chair, how many are leaning forward versus backward, and taking notes and all that fucking shit. And if I see a lot of people being engaged in the conversation, and I'm bored out of my mind, I'm like, okay, this is a me problem then. But if I'm bored out of my mind and want to get my testicles ripped off me, and I see everyone else is feeling the same, I know, okay, I'm not the only one that thinks this is like bullshit. And it's 90% because the manager is a bad leader. If it's really important. And he can't get or she can't get the people to listen. Or they're calling you into a lot of unnecessary meetings. And in software, there is a lot of unnecessary meetings. I keep joking around and say that managers and leaders in the software industry are treating developers like kids. And it's not even an over-exaggeration. There are so many stupid meetings that the managers and leaders in development think you need to have, because developers are these unique little special snowflakes that don't know how to speak to each other. They have no social skills, so we need stand-ups every day. We need to do all of the, like, it's almost like they're treating developers like they never left high school. or primary school. They're using a lot of the same techniques that, you know, those educators used in high school and primary school and middle school. Oh, we got this new coder. Let's spend a day talking about who this person is, and, you know, like, I throw the ball to you and you tell 5 facts about yourself, and then you can throw the ball to someone else, and they'd say, like, this is so fucking backwards. Like, if you're working in a team and you don't speak up, it's a you problem. If you're working in a team and you don't want to work with other people, it's a you problem. And if you don't want to improve those skills, find someone that will. And fire said ass. Especially nowadays where there's so many fucking unemployed developers. So if you look at your Agile, your Scrums, and all of these things, ask yourself why we have all these, like, babysitting going on. Most it's because we have a lot of managers, leaders, that have no fucking idea about what software development is. They've never read a line of code in their life. Or wrote a line of code in their life. But they are HR people. They think they know how to manage and take care of people. Developers, for the most part, don't need people to pat them on the back and tell them that they're good people. They need people to help manage their workload that knows what it actually entails to be a developer. So most developers want, like, someone has like 10, 15, 30 years of development experience to be their managers, leaders. Because if they come up with a problem, they know what the fuck they're talking about. Versus, you get a manager that has never done any coding in their life. You come up with a problem. Oh, let's put that into a sprint. Let's move that to next cycle. Because they have no idea what they actually are saying. And what they're saying is not that we need to move it to another sprint. It's just like, this is an issue. A technical issue that needs to be done with now. Not next month or next year. And it's a unique thing I've only seen in software development, the way that they are treating people like fucking babies. It's almost like every developer is this like super autistic person that cannot even wipe their own ass without getting told what to do. But they can do complicated math, algorithmic problem solving. But because they can do that, they can't do anything else. And honestly, I find it super fucking offensive that this is the state that software development management is at right now. And again, it's in the name of, well, it's faster and cheaper. Maybe not better, but faster and cheaper. And then you get these theoretical leaders and managers telling you how to do your job without knowing how to do your job. Or telling you that you are a certain way without actually fucking knowing you. And a lot of developers should be really angry about this, but developers don't do shit about anything, it looks like. Every time I talk to a non-developer, they almost always is like, yeah, developers, they are a little bit special. They are a little bit unique. I'm like, no, they are not. They are just not you. They just don't, most of them don't care about big cars or football or the gym. They care about solving problems that don't make them special or unique. That will make someone that likes oranges special and unique to someone that likes apples. By the way, have you guys seen that fucking Reddit livestream fails Reddit moderator that got canned and is now having a fucking mental breakdown on the internet? he definitely like yeah, he definitely looked like a Reddit moderator. Why are so many developers furries? I honestly don't think... Again, now we have to look out and be like, is that really the case? Or is it that most developers that are active online is like that? Because there's a lot of developers that when they're done developing, they don't want to do anything fucking computer related other than go to the gym. Well, that's not computer related, but, you know, use their phone to get to the gym and listen to music on it. Go out with their wife or girlfriend or partner, whatever, whoever they are with. Taking care of their kids. Do some gardening and stuff like that. You have to remember, what you see on the internet is not the majority of people. What you see on the internet is a loud minority. Because those are the only one that has time to be so much on the internet. That's why I tell a lot of people, don't read or don't look into what's being said in comment sections so much. Like, don't take advice from comic sections, Reddit, forum posts. Forum posts is a little bit different, but let's try again. Comment section on YouTube videos, Reddit posts, tweets. What is the other one I was thinking about? Let's stick with those. Because the people that are most active there, well, they are not doing so much or spending that much time actually, you know, doing what they're talking about. So if you spend, let's just say you wake 24 hours and you spend 19 hours on Reddit, you don't get a lot of experience doing IT work. You get a lot of experience debating IT work with other Reddit people. Which Linux YouTubers are toxic? Like, I'm not in the loop of Linux YouTubers because I don't watch them. Or if I do, it's like super rare. But I like the one that I saw, like, out of my head, I can remember from when I watched a lot of Linux YouTubers. Linux Outlaw, DistroTube, Chris Titus Tech, to some degree, he's gotten better over the years. Luke Smith. Like, there's a lot of them that use like the AI voices and anime or the JPEG YouTubers or what the fuck they're called. A lot of them also, like, anyone that wants Windows to fail and think proprietary software is evil, and that Linux is the one solution for everything, put them into the toxic category. And the ones that want everyone to switch to Linux. And that think that open source is the best development philosophy in the world. Because if you think that, you've never done any development. Because it don't matter what license. The outcome of the software the license don't matter at all. How good or bad the software is. The license matter of or can give you some benefits after the software is released or during the development cycle. But it's not the one defining factor of how good or how bad the software is. That's the developer. So if they have those like beliefs, they don't care about you. They care about the cause and themselves. No, they don't know that though. Well, they know, but they ignore. Like, a fun little thing here is, like, if you're printing on Linux, you more than likely are using a printing system that Apple owns. Cops. They took over that. They own that project. It's still open source as far as I know, but it's run and owned by Apple. It's the reason why printing works that well on Linux nowadays. because they do most of the work. Again, gaming, a really good example. How did we get so good at gaming? Well, a big, massive company that has a monopoly and are building a massive proprietary software suite that are anti-developer and to some degree anti-consumer, paid for it. Valve. Cops works really well. The reason why a lot of people say that it don't work that well is because on Linux it takes a lot of finesse to get it to work well. Like, you have to do a lot of fucking bullshit work to get it. Like, I'm not justifying it, but if you know what you're doing, it's actually not half bad. Because printing on Mac OS works perfectly fine and they use crops. That's why they took it over. You know. But yeah, the Linux world ignore, like, all of these Linux YouTubers that sit and talk about how bad Microsoft and Oracle and proprietary software is, they love Valve. Which is almost worse than any of them. Or most of them. But Valve is the savior of humanity because they support Linux. You know, Valve is helping us get rid of the proprietary, monolithic, old school Microsoft, while Valve is Valve as a company is not much better than Microsoft. They just happen to like Linux and support Linux. Why? Because it can make them more money. They don't have to pay licenses. They don't have to be told what to do. They can be even more aggressive with their business model. You know. Which is worse for you, Valve or Red Hat? Valve. Well, 100% Valve. You do know that until like last year, you could not sue Valve if you had a Valve account. Now you can sue them, but you have to sue them in the state of Washington, I think it is. So Valve is one of those companies that do a lot of great shit for the consumer while hiding doing a lot of bad shit. Technically, they can delete your Steam account and all your games tomorrow. They have made a promise that they won't do that. They promise you, like, we promise you we won't do that. But nowhere is it said that if we do this, you are now entitled to a refund of all the money you spent on those games. Nowhere does it say that you actually own any of the games you buy on Valve. They just promise you they never will do it. Just like Google said, we promise to do no evil. It's a core principle of our business model. It's in our doctrine. Do no evil. When was it they removed that? Can someone Google that for me? Because that's not in the code of conduct or in the doctrine anymore. Well, so here's the thing. A benevolent king is only benevolent when it's beneficial for them. So Valve is so secure in their market right now that they can be good to you. But if Valve got a real competitor, they will become your worst enemy as a consumer. And they used to not be that good. But people forget about that. And every company is like that. No, Valve is not a Linux company. I would call Valve a company that supports Linux. Because here's the thing. If something happens in the Linux world where SteamOS that they are building it becomes too expensive for them to maintain and run, they are back on Windows, my friend. Right back at Windows. If for some reason something happens and Proton cannot work as it does now on Linux and it becomes too expensive to maintain and shit like that, they are right back at fucking Windows. The only reason why Valve is using Linux and doing the Proton thing is because it's cheaper for them to do so. Because if Valve was a Linux company and they really hated Microsoft, they will stop Steam on Windows. But then they will go under. Like technically, right now, as a Linux user, every time someone buy a game on Windows, they are helping supporting Linux development. More than you are helping... Linux development. More than you are helping Windows development by buying a game on Linux on Steam. Because the amount of money that they are making on Linux desktop is almost nothing. Like, they would probably not even noticing it if Steam Deck and Proton went away tomorrow. They may see like a 0.whatever% decline in their revenue, if even that. So SUSE does... I would say they do more than Red Hat does. But what SUSE does is a lot of the things they do is not consumer facing. And end user facing. So you don't see most of the things SUSE does. Where Red Hat is a little bit more in your face with it. They publicize it more, talk about it more. Are more in the news and shit like that. But I would actually say SUSE probably do more. And they probably also support more than Red Hat does. Like support more projects or give more to the community and etc, etc, etc. But again, like we talked about earlier, like Linux, and again, this is stuff you don't see by running Linux, but Linux is done by 1% of its users or fans or contributors or whatever you would call it. And that 1% happens to be billion-dollar companies. But if you're running Mint and you're sitting on, at home watching your Linux YouTubers, maybe do a little bit of hobby coding and shit like that, maybe giving $1 here and there to some projects, you don't really see that. Because you don't ask, oh, who is the reason why we have, these chipset support on Linux? Why does my Lenovo work that well? Why does my Dell work that well? Most people don't ask those questions. Because they just assume they will. But a lot of that work, most of that work is done by Microsoft, IBM, Huawei, Intel, put in big billion-dollar company. They're the one that makes sure that you can actually install Linux. Well, they don't make the installer, but Linux can run on most of your hardware. Like, being able to do a lot of things would not be... like, if Linux was 100% community-driven, Linux would be running like we were living in 2010 today. It would probably have been set like... And that's probably being generous. But we would be set like 10, 15 years back. So however state Linux was in 2010, if you took all of the proprietary people that working on Linux out of the equation, like they never done anything for Linux, and for us, we will probably be in that state today. So however good Linux was in 2011. So that means no Ubuntu's. Because Ubuntu is a for-profit company that do some... Red Hat does a lot of proprietary shit. SUSE does a lot of proprietary shit. And Red Hat and SUSE was a thing in the 90s. And without Red Hat, Mandrake, and SUSE, we would not have a lot of the shit we had back then. They were the ones doing most of the innovation. But they were so small companies that until Ubuntu came about and actually managed to make Linux somewhat decently big, nothing really happened in Linux. It took like 2 to 3, 4 years to get like a graphic card to run as good on Linux as it did on Windows. Now it takes a week. But that's because a $1 billion company like Nvidia is helping you out. If you got a new AMD CPU, they were a little bit better than Intel. They could take months before it actually even ran on Linux, when it was mostly community driven. So as much as we dislike these massive companies, we can't live without them. We want to sit here on our high horses and be like, yeah, we don't need Microsoft. Well, that may be true, but then we need Ubuntu to become as big as Microsoft, so they can do a lot of the development for us that Microsoft is doing. And nobody is talking about this. Nobody likes to talk about that. Be on the right side of history, like DistroTube says, choose Frost and Linux. Yeah, but you're still going to be part of the proprietary world. Because they're paying for you to be able to use Frost and Linux. Or paying most of it. I haven't fucked around with Noboa, but Kubuntu is actually, I use it right now. Here's the thing with, like, the benefits of running CatchyOS is not outweighing in my opinion, it's not outweighing the simplicity of running Ubuntu-based distribution. Because here's the thing. You can have the most optimized whatever the fuck it is, but it will almost always come off the cost of being more complex to run, maintain, blah, blah. Or you can get almost... So here's the thing. The difference between Ubuntu and CatchyOS is not 50% more performance. It may be 2 or 3 or 4% more performance. You may get an extra 3 or 4 or 5 frames per second in a game, if you're lucky. It's not like you're getting 60 on Ubuntu or Kubuntu and 250 on CatchyOS. Like, we are splitting hairs here. The same with, like, optimization of the kernel for desktop use. We are splitting hair. So, the benefit of our Ubuntu base is that there's so much more software that are supported by an Ubuntu base. There's a high chance if you go on a website and the developer supports Linux, they have either a dep, RPM, or snap package. Most of them will have a dep or snap package if they support Linux. So if you want the most support, you have to run an Ubuntu-based distribution. Or at least enable snap packages. That will give you the most software support out there. And like I said, the benefits of running one of those super optimized things, it makes sense on servers where time is money. If they can save like 2 kilowatts, and stuff like that, because it's more optimized, it uses less CPU cycles and stuff like that, it makes sense there. For most consumers, they won't. If I blindfolded you and swing you around on a chair till you're about to puke, and I'm like, are you running? And I played a game, or you played a game, and I'm like, are you running Fedora, Kubuntu, or Ubuntu, or CatchyOS? You will have a better chance just guessing without playing. That's the differences we are talking about distributions here. Like, if I boot it up, I don't know what... Let's just say, is Fortnite supported on Linux? I don't even know. But let's say Call of Duty ran on Linux, and I installed on those 3 machines. You would have a hard time seeing a difference. Yeah, like, I don't like Ubuntu GNOME or Ubuntu Desktop. That's why I run Kubuntu. I had some problem with Mint Cinnamon not going into hibernation, which I hope they fixed. But I will probably be running Mint. So here's the thing. The last month I've done a massive testing. Massive testing. So you have to also remember this is my opinion on my on my hardware with snaps enabled and all that fucking shit, okay? And I played the same games on Kubuntu. Did I do it on Ubuntu? I think I did it on Ubuntu, Mint, Pop, the other one. Let's say Ubuntu, Kubuntu, Mint, and Pop. I played the same games with the same settings. No fucking difference. And some of them were running newer kernels than the other, and newer firmware, and newer libraries. No fucking difference. It's again, it's a selection of 10-ish games. It could just be that all of those games run really well on Linux. I could just be hitting the jackpot. But when I started, like, the reason why I switched to that many distributions was never because of gaming performances. Mint didn't shut down the monitors as it should be doing. Pop is hijacking, like, there's a lot of issues with Cosmic Desktop. But the biggest one is that sometimes when I started a game, I couldn't move the mouse. Until I get out of the game, then I could use my mouse. Went back into the game, could not move my mouse, and I had to reboot for it to start up. You know. And Ubuntu was just because I don't really fancy GNOME that much. Mint, I did talk about. Right now, I'm trying a Fedora base on my testing laptop. I also tried OpenSUSE, Slow Roll. I may go back to that one because I actually really like that one. But anytime I do any Fedora-related stuff, I just feel like I'm updating too much. It's just one update after another update all the fucking time. Same with Arch Linux, that's why I don't like. Yeah. But from a gaming perspective, and I spend a lot of time gaming. I actually spent like 5 hours today in a game. I'm getting addicted to Farming Simulator again for some fucking weird reason. I found a new interesting way of being a lumberjack in there instead of just a farmer. But it runs as good on all the distributions. Like, yes, there may be one where I look at the frame rate because I have the Steam overlay with like frame timing, all that shit running all the time, and I may get one more frame or one less dropped frame on one distribution, or the average lower 1% may be like 1 or 2 frames higher. That's it. Like, the difference between the most popular Linux distribution right now and the least popular Linux distribution is probably 2% overall in everything you do. Like, you would probably, like, I'm talking gaming performances, desktop performancing, access to software, blah, 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 blah. All of those things. You may notice a 2% lesser satisfaction running it. And most people change distributions because they either don't like the desktop environment, they don't like the package manager, or they think they are not updating fast enough. Because they think being on the latest and greatest will benefit you a lot. It's really, it won't. There are, again, caveats, but if the distribution is backporting a lot, version numbers don't really mean that much. It's just like, do you get more new features faster? And on some people, they want new features as fast as possible. And I used to be like that back in the day. I used to be like a rolling release fanatic. Like, I wanted a new feature yesterday. But now when I realize that it really don't matter that much. And the programs that I do want the newest features on, I run either flat or snap packages on. So, and flat and snap is universal. You run that on anything. So besides that, like, it's all just like, here's the thing. When you choose a Linux distribution, what you basically are just saying, like, I like this bundled group of packages more than another bundled group of packages. That's all you're choosing. And for most people, it comes down to the package manager. Or how much control in the beginning the distribution gives you. Because you could do anything on every distribution of Linux. The exact same thing. If you really, really wanted to, you can install Linux on Linux, Ubuntu, and you can make the Pacman package manager work on Ubuntu. It takes a lot of fucking work. And I mean a lot of work. But you can technically do that. Not easy. But you can. And you have to download and compile a lot of packages on your own. So PC Linux OS is an old distribution now. But when that came out, it was like, people were like mind blown because it was using apt to manage RPMs. So it was using a Debian package manager to manage RPMs. That's the thing with almost any operating system. If you really fucking understand the operating system, you could do anything with it. But most people and most Linux YouTubers, the thing they know about Linux is like not even fucking entry level knowledge. It's lower than that. Because when you understand Linux, it stop. Again, I talked about this earlier in live stream. But when you get to like the God tier level, it's not about the distribution. It's about what collection of packages is giving me the best outcome out of the bat. So which distribution do I have to spend the least amount of time fucking around with to get to the perfect install? And some they just say, hey, I'm just making it with Linux from scratch, or I'm making it with Arch Linux, and dealing with that whole thing. And then there are people like me and other people that take like they care more about the base than anything else. So in my case, as long as it's an Ubuntu base, I really don't care that much. And why Ubuntu base? Well, because Ubuntu is the most supported Linux distribution by manufacturers, hardware vendors, and software developers. So that means that there are less programs I have to either compile myself. Theoretically, there's less programs that I have to live without. Or have to be in the mercy of a third-party repo / package maintainer of. Because any any Ubuntu base, any like Mint, Sorian, I did a live stream years ago about where I actually took Ubuntu LTS and I put Elementary OS onto it, and we got 90% there. There was one thing that didn't work, and I just ran out of time to get it to work. Because I was, Elementary OS is not Ubuntu, you cannot put the Elementary desktop on Ubuntu, and I did it. I think it's still around somewhere. And I did that in like 3 hours with all these like conversations in between and stuff like that. So again, when you understand Linux, it's not so much about, you know, I was actually, to be honest, it's probably mostly about the fucking package manager. What package manager do you like the best? Like, to be like, and I just happen to like apt quite a lot. I also like DNF quite a lot. But apt, and again, mostly supported by hardware, software, and developers. Or peripherals manufacturers, sorry. Like, if there's anything that says supporting Linux, there's a 99% chance that supporting Linux means Ubuntu. So I'm like, if I stay within the Ubuntu base, Mint, Sorian, Elementary OS, whatever the fuck it should be, I can get the same experience on any Ubuntu base that I want. The same if it was Arch based, or Fedora based, or SUSE based. So now it's like, okay, what Ubuntu base can I install where I have to spend less time getting to the perfect install? Because when you think about it, a Linux distribution, 90% of the time is just a collection of packages. That's why you're choosing it. They are not doing anything unique. They may have a small little unique programs or even desktop environments. But again, if you understand Linux, you can get that to run. Sometimes harder, sometimes easier, depending on where you want to run it on any Linux distribution. Like, if you look at your AUR package builds, for example, a lot of time what they are doing is that they are downloading a deb file or RPM file, extracting it, and recompiling or compressing it into the Arch Linux format. And they're using the package build, the deb package build script to tell the Arch Linux format where to put the dependencies and stuff like that. So it's just a conversion. Basically, just like think of it like like you're taking a JPEG and putting it into a PNG format. So I do like stock Ubuntu. I just GNOME has gotten to a place right now that for me to like GNOME, I need to use a lot of extensions. But for me to like KDE or Cinnamon, I don't need any extensions. So that's why I like Mint, for example, and it's also why I like Kubuntu. Because yes, I could just take stock standard Ubuntu, uninstall the GNOME desktop, and then install KDE or Cinnamon, but then I'm basically just running Kubuntu or Cinnamon anyway. So why not just, or Mint, sorry. Why not just install Mint or Kubuntu? Because then I don't have to uninstall GNOME and then install set desktop environment. You know. Why do Linux users hate snaps and flat packages? For one fucking reason. Ubuntu is more popular. And snaps is more popular. And Ubuntu is making more money than most other people are doing on Linux. So therefore they must be evil and bad. So therefore we must hate everything about. And then they disguise it like, oh, it's because the storefront is proprietary and blah, 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 blah. No. Most people hate Ubuntu because Ubuntu makes money. And they don't. So because they are a little bit jealous, they use those like, because there's no technical reason for you to not like snaps. Well, at least there's like there's a little bit of it being slow-ish compared to flat packages, which I can kinda agree to. But it's getting better and better and better every fucking year. And soon, really soon, they cannot even have that as an argument that it's too slow. And when we're talking too slow, we're not talking like you have to wait like 10 hours or something like that. First boot, super slow. After that, not so much. You know. They are using the Microsoft talking points against Canonical. Exactly. That's exactly what they're doing. And that is why, that, like I said, that they don't Linux users don't really care about what FOSS and open source stands for or should stand for, or what Linux should and do stand for. They just want to feel unique. They are like the hipsters or vegans of the IT world. Here's a prediction, and I'm 90% sure that I will be 100% correct. Okay? However that math works. Let's say Linux become the most used desktop on Earth. 90 or 99% of the current user base would stop using it. It's got too corporate, it's gotten too mainstream, blah, 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 and they will move to another unique little unknown-ish OS, so that would be probably FreeBSD. Heck, there's a lot of people, there's videos now, oh, don't use that Linux thing, go to FreeBSD, Linux is too corporate, and blah, blah, blah. There's already videos about this. There's like, bigger Linux YouTubers are starting to get into FreeBSD for that exact reason. It's gotten too mainstream. If you really cared about Linux, it should not matter how many or how few use it. You will still be a Linux user if it was like the only OS on Earth, or if there was only you using it. But a lot of people, they like Linux because it's so usable that you can do most of your day-to-day tasks, but also so unique that most people don't know about it or think it's super difficult because they don't know about it. So therefore, you can use it as a way of making yourself seem more interesting. To say it in a more polite way. When that goes away, well. Why do a lot of people not like macOS? It's not because of the price. Because here's the thing. I haven't drawn in a while, so let's get back to that. Actually, I think there's a way of lassoing everything away here. Hey, heck, I'm not, I could even do this. So, let's take the MacBook Air, which is good enough for like 90% of humanity. It is not cheap, but it's also not expensive. Okay? Can you get a cheaper laptop? Yes. You can get a Chromebook. Or you can get a used. Or you can get like a, what do they call, HP Stream kind of laptop. You know, like a, basically a cheap laptop. But they all have worse internals. screen. Battery life. Overall build quality. So yes, you can get a cheaper laptop, but it's not as good. So here's the fun part. If we look at Dell, HP, Lenovo. So So if you want a Dell, HP, or Lenovo that equals screen, you know, internal builds. I do build 2 times here apparently. The battery life, you can kind of get that now, and overall build quality. They are more expensive. But there's one benefit. You will probably get more RAM and SSD. But if you want the same screen quality, build quality, overall build quality, internals and battery life, they are going to be more expensive. But you will get more RAM and more SSD. Most likely more RAM, more SSD. But we're not talking like massive amount more. So it could be like this is a 16 gig 255. This means that you would probably get like a 16 if you're lucky. Maybe if you're lucky, you will get like a 24. And you'll get like a 550 SSD. For the same price. If you pay more, you probably get 32. And a 550 SSD. So this is like same price, more. And that is like if the screen, internals, battery, and overall build quality are the same. You are going to pay more for your Lenovo, or your Dell, or your HP. Not used, but new. You can get a used Dell, used HP, used Lenovo, with the same build quality, the same internals, not the same battery life, and probably not the same overall build quality. Because there would be scratches and all that shit. And it would be like a... If the used MacBook is current year, even like previous gen, the Dell, HP, and Lenovo would probably be like 2 or 3 years, or 1 or 2 years older than that, than the MacBook. But a lot of people, they just look at the... If you look at the MacBook Air, they just look at the... it's so expensive for 16 gig of RAM and this is the storage. They don't look at the screen. They don't look at the build quality. They don't look at the speaker quality. They don't look at the battery life. And they're like, look, I get a laptop for $100. Not the same screen. Your build quality, it will probably break within like a fucking year. I'm still running a 5-year-old MacBook M1 with 8 gigs. It's perfectly fine. I edit on it sometimes, just for shits and giggles. Perfectly fine. It's not the fastest, not the best, but it's perfectly fine. And when I say battery life equals that on the MacBook Air, not really. The MacBook Air will still get better battery life than most Dell, HP, and Lenovo's in the same price range. But you will probably, if you pay like that more price, you will get probably a little bit more RAM and storage. But that's not a lot more. Like I said, it's like the only difference here is that the OS. That's it. You know. Well, so it depends on if you're getting an Air or a Pro, but typically you get around between, what the fuck are they saying? Is it 7 to 10 years? 7 to 10 years of support. Depends a little bit of what models and when they, sometimes they do like technology leaps. So the unofficial support for like the M1, I think they say is about 10 years they expect that to be supported. So that means that you have like, not counting current years, so that would be like 2030 or 2028, they may start to see like, maybe some things may not work on the M1 anymore, or stop of support. But how many this is also what you have to say to yourself. How many people do you know that has the same laptop, Windows, Linux, whatever the fuck it is, for 8 years? Heck, even 5 years. Most people don't keep their laptop for 5 years. Like, they don't. I know that we are unique little snowflakes that do that, because we know how to get the most out of them. Most don't. Yeah, actually, that's true. Studies have shown that Apple users tend to keep their hardware longer, yeah. Like, the build quality of... So this is kind of when I lost a little bit respect, a lot of respect for Louis Rossmann, is like, there are so many other companies I will go after with build quality than Apple. MSI, Acer, they are so much worse. And sometimes cost either the same or more money. But because they are a little bit more repairable, he don't go after them so much. Louis Rossmann suffers from selective activism. Or what you will call it. It's the same with Linux users. It's selective proprietary software hate. Or selective big business hate. You know. But I'm telling you, even today, if you buy it, you can get like an M1 MacBook Air, even 16GB version, really cheap nowadays. It's not the fastest video editor machine. It's not meant to be a video editing machine. But you can still video edit on it if you want to. And it will still, unless, you know, people have massively abused it, but there's a high chance that you will still get almost a day battery life. Well, not a day, but a typical use day out of it. So my MacBook Air, I can't even remember what I think the battery life is like 80% or something like that. Or health. 90 or 80, I can't remember. I use it mostly as a YouTube couch potato computer. And typically, I only charge that MacBook every second day. So I use it a lot in bed, sometimes longer than other days, to watch YouTube, do some light research and shit like that, or look stuff up I may need to buy, and all those fucking crazy shit things. And I typically only charge it like every second day. Even if I throw in like a 15, like an hour video editing with a render at the end of a 15-minute video or something like that. Even my AMD laptop I bought last year, new from Lenovo, can't do that. And it's a somewhat efficient AMD CPU. It's way better than Intel's. But I haven't tried the new Ultra processors, but they're also not as powerful. And it's... And there's no fans in the fucking MacBook Air. That's the best part. You know. Fucking amazing. It's quiet as fuck. And that's the best part of having it as a couch potato slash bed machine. I don't have to think about getting hairs, you know, and shit like that into my fans and clock them so they don't work anymore. Because there is none. I can plug my... I can put my MacBook Air into my fucking blanket and suffocate it. And nothing happens. It's not overheating or getting a fucking shit hissy fit. It's not the least powerful. I would say like the laptop I'm streaming for now is Ryzen R5 7 something H, so the mobile version. And I would say, so it's a 6-core, 12-thread CPU. And I would say, besides the rendering engine is way better on M1. But raw CPU power, they're kinda equal. Or at least they feel like they are. Of course, the Ryzen is better at gaming because it has like a better onboard gaming GPU. Yes, you can use Linux on... There's more than one project now that supports Mac OS or Macintosh. But the M1 feels sometimes faster than a new fucking laptop from Lenovo. With the... Not the latest, but like 2 gen old AMD. And it's quieter. And it's lighter. And it has better screen. Not better keyboard. And it's smaller. Well, I have M1, M2, and M4. So I have a M1 laptop, M2 mini, and M4 mini. Yeah, if you have an M3, just wait. I am thinking about getting a used MacBook Air M2 or M3 as my daily driver, and then sell off almost all, because I had a little bit of a problem. So the last the last 3 or 4 months, I bought way too many laptops. So in like 6 months, I would say 6 months, I probably bought like 3 or 4 laptops. Like used, inexpensive ones, but still. I should so right now I have 2 Linux testing laptops and 2 Windows laptops, and then my MacBook Air. And I really just want to stick with my MacBook Air and then one Windows laptop and one Linux laptop. And the two others, I will probably sell or something like that. But yeah, I was like, I really, really wanted to get into that laptop lifestyle. I was thinking about getting rid of my desktop, so I was testing out, like, can I live on a really, really old laptop? So I bought two old, really, really old laptops. So 8th gen. And they're like, no, they're too fucking old for what I'm doing. And then I bought, like I said, a newer Lenovo. Well, it was new, but the chipset is like I think it's 1 gen old. And then I bought a 12th gen i7 machine to test out the difference between them. And the AMD is actually quite a lot better and less noisier, and the battery life lasts way longer. So I'm thinking about making my 12th gen Intel into my new Linux testing or Linux machine, basically. So I used to do a little bit of development, like a little bit of Java and Python on it. But actually I don't. If I do any development on Mac OS, it's typically on my Mac Mini. And again, it's mostly Java. But the laptop that I'm streaming from right now, the AMD laptop, is set up with Visual Studio Code and Visual Studio, and it is my main development lab. So it's the one I use to record videos on at the moment. It's the one I edit on, and it's the one that I develop on. So one of the reasons why I bought the Intel is that typically the Intel processors has better video encoders. So that means that I could render faster and better on my Intel. That didn't seem to be the case anymore. AMD has really caught up. So my AMD machine is still faster at rendering videos than my Intel machine. However, my Intel is smaller, so it's not as thick. It's also a little bit smaller screen, so it's more mobile. I actually like it more than my Lenovo, for that factor that it's almost the same size as, it's thicker, but almost the same size as my my MacBook Air is faster than both of them. My MacBook feels faster than both of them. On paper it may not be, but it feels faster than both of them. And the battery life lasts way longer than my Intel, and like 40% longer than my AMD. But my MacBook is faster than all of them at rendering videos. And quieter. So I may actually go over and start editing on my MacBook. Because of the speed and the quietness. That's why I kind of want a MacBook M2. MacBook Air M2. Because then I can use that as my... I can use that as my... YouTube machine, if you will call it that. So for recording... and recording and editing videos. The only problem is, like... So I'm using Whiteboard. Microsoft Whiteboard. And it is, like, if you have a style, this is one of the best fucking tools you can get. So, Freeform on, I think it's called, Form? Is the Mac equivalent, but you can't use a stylus. It's all graphics. So here I can put in graphics. I can... Oh, that's not what I want. Let's do that one. This is all Freeform can do on Mac OS. Oh? The fuck? Goddammit, I can't. It's my fat fingers that's the problem here. You know, this is all you can do on Mac OS. You can't do this. We can't do stuff like this on that machine. But there is like I'm 100,000% sure there is a tool that works just like this on Mac OS and on Linux. It's just this is just the one I know for now, and I may look into either Linux version of this or Mac OS version. Like you can even get like a ruler and you can like make straight lines like this. How the fuck do you how do you turn it around? The fuck? No, I haven't set this pad up 100% yet. I don't know. Anime Linux desktop, yeah. I think this is like the lasso tool where you just delete everything. Oh. That's kind of cool. There you go. Yeah, it can do a lot of fucking shit. Like, it's almost like exactly like having, well, it's whiteboard, but, you know, you can also have different whiteboards. You can rename it here, and if I go home here, you can see, like, I have, like, these are some I use for videos. And it's safe with your Microsoft account, so anywhere you log in, it will always be there. So if I log in on my desktop or one of my other laptops with Windows on it, the cursor is not. Why is the cursor not there? Where the fuck is the cursor? Oh, now it's out there. There you go. Hey, Daniels. Oh, thanks. I like that you enjoy them. So Apple has always been I would call it the enterprise market. Yeah, we can call it the enterprise market. So Apple has always had a strong footing in the enterprise market, but mostly for developers. Mostly for developers. So it used to, like, back in the day, it was like the best development laptops for any, no matter what you did, was Mac. Because you could see more line of code on the screen. But that was back in the day when Windows laptops was caught in this like 16:9 aspect ratio 1080p kind of thing. So if you look at old laptops, my Dell has the same problem, even though it's only a few years old. You know, it was not like they didn't utilize the space that much. And because it was 1080p, you know, you can't have that much shit on your screen. Where Apple, since like I think 2010, had a higher resolution that meant that you could technically get more, even though you could get more text on the screen, even if the aspect ratio was still 16:10 or 16:9. And then Apple was some of the first of doing more vertical and horizontal code, like getting closer to the edge. Now Lenovo is doing, I think it's like 16:10 or something like that. But Apple also did like the years before anyone else. So a lot of developers loved Apple for that. And then the whole, because the Apple or Mac is built a more Unix, or it's a Unix-based system, meant that you could do a lot of more, well, you have access to the POSIX command line, or what you will call it. Like, you had access to a lot of libraries and tools that you just didn't have on Windows. And if you happen to develop for Unix/Linux, because macOS is Unix-based via FreeBSD Darwin, they just talk better to each other. So a lot of developers are used to love it, but also after the whole, I'm hitting something. After the whole mobile phone explosion, so about the 10s and up, and they got really, really popular, Apple has done a really, really good job of making management tools for iOS devices. So if you are a corporation or school that has a lot of iPhones, iPads, there is a whole like software ecosystem to help you manage that all the way. Like, think about Active Directory via Azure, but on the Mac side. They have done that for like years now. But again, it is more like centered towards iOS and iPad OS and shit like that. But they can also manage and deploy Mac Minis and shit like that. And also, another thing you have to think, I think you were like, if I'm not mistaken, you were in Louisiana, or that area. Apple is super popular in the tech world in Silicon Valley and stuff like that. So Twitter used to use, I don't know if they do anymore after Elon took over, but they were like mostly Mac-based. Universities love it, you know. There are still companies that use Mac Minis as servers. So they buy thousands of Mac Minis and put them in special built server racks, and they run any server role you can think of through them. There are companies specializing in Apple as a server. It's just most people don't know about it. Even on YouTube, you have to like search in certain ways to find those kind of videos. Once in a while, like Linus or some big YouTuber will make a video about it, and everyone will be talking about it for like a month, and then they forget about it again. But it's bigger than you think. Because you have to remember, one of the biggest big thing that Steve Jobs did when he came back to Apple was that he put Apple into a lot of schools. You know. So they had like the whole school program. So schools and graphical work. He like a lot of discounts, put a lot of shit in there. You know, like that's why in the States you see a lot of creative people using Mac OS. You see a lot of universities and schools using Apple, sorry. Because they got like a massive discount. you know. Yeah. So if I put up my Mac Mini, my Linux machine see them right fucking away. You know. It's just like, yeah, like in the perfect world, if Mac OS was better at gaming, or I didn't was so addicted to gaming as I is at the moment, whatever way you want to look at it, Linux as your NAS home hosting and Mac Mini, MacBook as your day-to-day driver. Because Mac's OS talks really well with Linux. Like it's almost like Linux thinks Mac OS is Linux or the other way around. There are always unique little quirks with Windows and Mac OS. Not so much with Windows and Linux. But if I used to run my Mac Mini as a NAS, my Mac Mini M2, the only reason I stopped was because Windows had problems seeing it sometimes. Linux, no fucking problem. Worked 100% of the time, 100% of the time. I don't like KDE Connect, no. Yeah, I barely use the App Store on Mac OS either. I never install Linux on my Apple hardware. KDE Connect is like their mobile phone connectivity kind of thing. It's like some half-baked shit. It's gotten better, but it's still half-baked shit. Yeah, it's the only reason I'm not running Mac OS now or running my Mac Mini or buying because I kind of want more RAM in my Mac Mini for video editing and shit like that, just to be sure. But the only reason is that I like PC gaming. So KDE Connect is basically a way to talk to your mobile phone. It's an app that helps you do the whole transferring and talking to your mobile phone kind of thing. That's all it is. But yeah, like I said, like the only reason I'm not running Mac OS is because of gaming. That's it. Had it played the games I want to play at 100 frames per second or more, or we had like Proton for Mac OS, that's it. I'll be running Mac now. On the other hand, when I do run Mac OS, I kind of like that I can't game on it because I get more work done. You know, like because I do have like a PlayStation 5. So because it's a little bit of a hassle switching screens and shit like that, I don't game that much when I have my Mac set up and running. Which means I get more productivity done. Which is probably the healthy thing to do. But then I'm like, I have a high-res monitor, I have a good gaming rig, and I was thinking of like forcing me into that lifestyle by selling my graphic card, but I'm afraid that I will just buy another one. And then I was like, I will sell my whole gaming rig, but then I probably will just build a new one because I do like gaming that much, sadly enough. Gaming on Mac OS, like, unless you get like the most expensive fucking chip, like a Pro and up, it's not really doable. Especially if you want 1440p, 100 frames and up. Like, you need a gaming rig for that. And there's a lot of Mac users that do have a gaming rig that they only turn on to game. But I'm like, why not just like, why the fuck should I do that when I can just like, I don't mind gaming on Linux, so why not? That's why I run Linux. It's like, I don't want to boot up my computer just for gaming and then shut it down. That's like a console mentality. Yeah, but it's because gaming on Mac OS, on like desktops, has only gotten taken seriously the last maybe 2 or 3 years. Before that, they didn't give a fuck about gaming on the desktop. Now they actually really want to push it. So almost every year there's a new massive update to like upscaling and how to port games over and shit like that. But for the longest part, they didn't give. They just ignored it, and it's a massive issue because it is holding a lot of people back. Sadly enough. Sadly enough. Because they are like the M series chipsets, they are decent gaming performers. So M up to Pro, so any M chip up to a Pro, if you want to do 1080p gaming, they're actually really, really decent at it. If you get a lot of RAM. So if you want to game on your Mac, you need to go up to 32 gigs of RAM at a minimum. Because it's shared RAM. With the graphic card. And your system. So they do have that. It's called the Apple Gaming Toolkit, which kind of does that. So they emulate. It's kind of like Proton, basically. And I also think it helps them port, again, like Proton, games over to Mac OS. Oh, what did I click? Oh! Some of the buttons actually fucking works. Yeah, I need to set this thing up more. I have like 12 buttons I can customize. The good thing with this tablet, it came with Linux drivers, Windows drivers, or you can download Linux drivers, Windows drivers, and Mac OS drivers on their website. And guess what? It's an RPM or deb package. Oh, I'm getting tired. What is the clock? Holy shit, it's over midnight. Yeah, I should probably get to bed. I do have tomorrow off, but... You have asked this. Up till Liquid Class or Liquid Ass, I would have actually have said Mac OS. But Liquid Ass just ruined it for me. It just... The one that approved that design decision and came up with it needs to get fired. It's the worst. Like, it's... I'm not joking. I've never seen anything looking that ugly and that unusable. Like, from a company that is all about design, like, it looks... Like, don't get me wrong, it's one of those scenarios where on a screenshot it looks amazing, but using it, you want to fucking castrate yourself. You know. It's... No matter how good your eyesight are, there are just scenarios where you can't read what the fuck is going on. If you have the right background. Like Liquid Glass, if you have a really, really dark background, golden. Even if you tint it, you need a background. And every UI element now takes up way more space than this should. A button is bigger, everything is bigger for no fucking reason. It's almost like playing with Duplo Lego bricks again, like the kids one. But other, like, besides the look and feel, it's an amazing OS. But it's just... I saw the latest beta version of Liquid Ass, and again, a lot of YouTubers, they make fake beta. Like, they take, like, oh, this is how we think it's going to be, like, so take it with a grain of salt. But if they actually are doing what it looks like they're doing, it's actually going to be good. But you also have to remember, it's almost 6 months into its lifespan now. Like, it's almost six months old. And that means, like, in 6 months, we're getting a new version of macOS. Or thereabouts. You know. They're just now starting to, like, again, the next update, like the .3 updates that should come, is it the end of this month or mid-end next month? That will probably fix most of the problems with Liquid Ass. But I think we typically get a new Mac OS in, is it August or September or something like that? So you do it's almost that, it's almost too late. But yeah, they really dropped the ball on this one. I don't think there's anyone that really, really like Liquid Glass. Like, here's the thing. I can tolerate it on the desktop. On my phone, it's the worst thing. Like, it's so bad on the phone. I can't even describe how bad it is on the phone. Like, it's so bad on the phone. Like, I don't know how to change the settings, but there are UI elements that is unreadable or unusable in certain scenarios. You plain, like, it's like you are guessing if what the fuck you're clicking on. Or it just looks like you're using a phone that was built for like a 2-year-old. Because it's so overblownly big. Like, on the phone, like, I don't recommend anyone to upgrade on the phone. And that's what people are mostly angry about, is the phone, to be honest. Because compared to the phone, the desktop is actually not half bad. It's just worse than the previous version of the desktop. I think you can roll it back, but what most people do is they just do a fresh install. So with MacBooks or your Macs, like, you can do what is called a factory reset. So it will reset to the OS it got delivered on. And then you can do the updates after that. So it will, basically it will delete everything and then install the OS it came on, or came with. And then you just update to the version that you want after that. Like a pink crepe. Oh, Haiku on mobile would be fast as balls, man. And I actually think that's like what they need, a whole ecosystem with the App Store and shit like that. Like, it would. It's probably one of the hardest markets to get in with a new operating system is if you don't support the Google Store. Like, I don't think you have any like, it's going to be so difficult to break into the as an alternative OS on the mobile market, because people are so, like, if you can't get like the top 1,000 apps or programs on your phone, nobody's going to buy it, because it's such an important tool for people now that if you don't support the apps, one of the app stores, you're fucked. Or at least do what Huawei is doing, just cloning the App Store with all the so basically you're running Google Android, but you just call rehosting the store because they got kicked out. But yeah, because Haiku is not Android, but I think Haiku would probably run better on a phone than Android is doing, to be honest. But it's the whole store thing. They need to either find a way of getting Android files to run on their phone and then clone the whole store, like I said, Huawei is doing, and host their own store, which is a massive undertaking and costs a shit ton of money. Or they need to just be so the store is supported and get permission from Google, which both of them I think is super unlikely. I will say, like, again, Liquid Ass on my iPhone is super bad, but I actually, like... So, this week, I'm going to buy a Samsung, I think. Either a Samsung or Google. It's going to be a Samsung, a S25, because it's on sale at my carrier. I'm buying it. I'm not doing a payment plan, but I get it for, like, half the price if I buy it from my carrier. Because the new Samsung should come out like either at this time or maybe next month. They want to get out of the old stock. But I have so many notification problems on Android. Not showing up, coming late, delivery apps. Sometimes, like, if I get food delivered, I would have gotten the food, eaten the food, and be like, sitting and be like, oh, I'm a fat bastard. And then it's like, oh, your food is coming in a few seconds. I'm like, dude, I'm already puking. You know, like, never had those issues on my iPhone. And I hope this is a nothing OS kind of problem and not like an overall Android problem. Because I as far as I remember, when I did have my S21, I think it was super fucking, like, good with notifications. I'm also thinking about getting a OnePlus. But like I said, I can get an S25 for half the price, and it has the only thing it don't have better than the OnePlus is the battery life and the screen. But everything else is better. So the camera system and all that fucking shit. The speed, snappiness. I really want the Pixel 10, but apparently there's a lot of issues with it. It's actually a downgrade from the Pixel 9, apparently. And the Samsung, again, because I get a deal, it's cheaper. SteamOS will probably do okay if you did some tweaks on a phone also. Now we're back to the store support again. Or lack thereof. Or lack thereof. Anyway, peeps, I need to get to bed. It's getting late. So thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have a good day. Remember to tell people to follow my channel. I kind like this year. I kind of want to see if I can push some growth into it, even though I'm going to upload less. So, anyone you can get to follow. I don't care that much about view time and money, but I do want my subscriber count to go up, because that's the metrics most people look at nowadays. It also means that when I do upload, it gets pushed to more people. So just like anyone you can get to subscribe, they don't have to fucking watch anything. Just subscribe would be fucking nice. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of my plan for this year, to push the subscriber count. Because it seems to be like what YouTube cares about and people care about and whatnot. So yeah, see you all later. Have a good day. I not to promise anything, but I also want to do more live streaming. So my plan is like at least one upload a week, and then maybe 1 to 2 live streams a week. I will try and see if I can put in. But who knows? You know, work, stress, and all that shit. But yeah, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have a good day. Enjoy whatever time it is.